Good afternoon. It's Wednesday, August 16th, 2023. The school board workshop is opening now, and the time is 12 o'clock noon. Board member Giovanelli is away at a conference and might be joining us virtually as possible. And Ms. Morgan may be a few minutes late when she joins us. There are 5 items on the agenda. First is a discussion on board committee assignments, followed by an update on the strategic plan and capital improvement plan, high school NNN and middle school OO information, and the agenda review of the August 22nd regular action meeting. We will begin with the board committee assignments discussion. Facilitating this discussion is Dr. Ken Savage, Chief Strategy Officer. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman, esteemed board members.
One moment.
I was just wondering if I may ask, I know that Ms. Morgan is on her way. Is there any way that we can take this and move it down to the next one? So that way she's part of the committee assignments?
Yeah. I had an opportunity to talk to her prior to the meeting, and she gave some feedback in terms of what she would like to be considered for in the 2 committees that she's currently on. So I can tell you that she's currently going into her 2nd year of EDAC. She's okay with that if the board wants to keep her on there. If not, she's okay with moving because she did express that she's pretty much been on every committee. The other one that she's on is ISOC. Again, she's going into her 2nd year, so she's okay with what the board wants to do with that. She would like consideration for early childhood, though. That is something that she would like consideration on.
Thank you for allowing me to ask that.
No problem. And Ms. Giovanelli may be joining us, but she also sent all her information.
Okay, thank you.
So please proceed.
Yes, again, good afternoon, board chair, board members, Superintendent Bernier, as well as Attorney Dupuy Bruno. Today's presentation is an opportunity to review the board member role in the committees, as well as to make committee assignments for this school year. One aspect of discussion at our meeting in June was that board members had varying conceptions of the expectations that a board liaison is supposed to bring to these committee roles. What is expected in terms of planning, attendance, participation, etc. So my understanding is that the board attorney has met individually with each board member to go over the responsibilities draft document that is attached. I'd first offer that if the board has any reaction or suggestions to edit that attached document, that we'll be able to have some discussion about that at this time. The intention, though, is if there is mutual agreement that the document that is attached sufficiently captures the expectations for mutual clarification, then we would add this to the board protocol manual. After that, we will take care of committee assignments and then have any final discussion at the end. So at this time, Chair, I would ask that the board be permitted to discuss any questions related to suggestions, revisions, or discussion related to the role of the board liaison.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments on the role of the liaison? Ms. Patrica?
Thank you. So going to number 2, the board liaison does not assist in creating the committee's agenda. I thought that it was our role as the liaison to bring emerging issues to the chair's attention so that it can be brought in front of the committee. So to me, that's assisting with the agenda. You know, if we have a proximity issue and we want it to be heard by DAC, for example.
Yep.
Mr. Dupuy Bruno.
So the policy does allow the board member to provide input, go back and say these are some things that we would like for you to consider or for you to discuss. The original policy, recall, actually had the board member meeting with the board liaison on a regular basis to actually create the agenda. That's what is not included anymore, but the opportunity for the board member to seek input from the committee on any topic that the board desires, you can still do that.
Or to provide input.
Or to provide input, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then if I may,
Yes.
where is it? So number 4, at quarterly briefings, wherein full committee reports are provided, the board should give direction to the superintendent. I thought we had a process where when a committee met and they provided a recommendation to the board, staff did a little bit of legwork, and then came back to the board and said, yes, this is legal, no, this is not legal, yes, this is something that can be accomplished, no, it's not, before the board gives direction to the superintendent. Am I making sense? Like, sometimes a
Yes.
committee will recommend something that education statutes don't permit, and we as board members might not know that. So hearing the report quarterly and then turning to the superintendent saying, that's a great idea, do it, and then he has to come, am I making sense? Seems backwards.
Yeah. Mr. Pabruno, do you have our superintendent, either one of y'all?
In deference to my colleague, there are a lot of suggestions that come out of full committee reports, and I have the opportunity to hear those committees prior to their presenting to you. So there's already some items that will come before you that are on my radar. Again, it's an interpretation of the words, and 3 people will read it, we'll have 3 different interpretations. Providing me the direction to look further into those matters would be what I would be looking for, because sometimes there's a lot of things from the committees, sometimes there's very limited things, but I would like you to know what you would like me to assign my staff to. So if there's something in particular that rises from the level of committee that you want immediate action upon, then I would appreciate getting that direction, because then I can reprioritize staff work, or say staff is currently working on this and we can figure out a general timeline as to when I would come back with that information. And it could be, is this legal?
Yep. Ms. Jordan?
Going off of what Ms. Patrica was stating, normally at the committee meetings, we're listening, so we are taking in everything that they're saying. So when that conversation is happening and the committee is speaking to the liaison, the liaison would come back to the board and let the board know that this is what was recommended by the committee. So we would already know that prior to the quarterly report coming in, because that's just given us the whole, what they've talked about in, from this time to this time. But we've already been there, so we already know what they're asking. And that is when we bring that to, and I know a couple times EDAC had sent something forward. Ms. Vaughn was the liaison at that time and was able to share their thoughts and what they would like the board to consider. So that, I know that's part of that as well. So, and then the other thing that I saw on here, it says, if we're putting this as part of the process or protocol, we have an individual's name on there. What happens if that individual is not there in that seat? We're going to wait for Miss Mary to, it has her name on there quite a few times. Instead of the position, it has her name.
Oh, I see.
So I don't know if that's something that needs to be corrected, because if she's off, or we're like, we can't do anything because we're waiting for Miss Mary, we'll violate our protocols. So I think we need a position versus an individual's name.
I think that's a good correction.
Not that I don't love her name, but I'm just want to put that out there too.
Just for the public's knowledge, all the board members meet before us quarterly and give a report. But there's also a meeting just before that with the superintendent and whoever's chair at that time. So there's a little bit of a pre-briefing of what they've been doing and things along those lines. So it's, we're a little bit of aware, and like you say, between the liaison reporting and everything else, I think that's pretty good. Any other, yes?
Yeah, there was a sense amongst the advisory committees that the board was sort of ignoring their recommendations, which is why we had this process in place where the superintendent and/or the staff liaison would do a little bit of background work.
Right.
And then come to the board and say, this was the recommendation, it can be done for these reasons, or it can't be done for these reasons. If we're going to go with what's on the paper in front of us, I want to make sure that we have some process in place that makes sure that those recommendations stay on our radar, and we have a process where they don't drop off and get ignored. I guess that's...
Right. Should we add another sentence in there, possibly saying that the staff liaison will, or at least it's us right now on this one, so, Mr. Pay Bruno?
So it really is to what the superintendent said earlier. It's the direction as to what the board wants to do. And in the policy, I'm going to pull it up. I think the policy is a little bit more specific at this time to go directly to what Ms. Patrica was saying in terms of ensuring that there's that ongoing communication and some type of action, be it nay or yay, for whatever that recommendation is. So I'm going to pull up the policy just to give you the language, but that was the intent of it. If I can, my board docs is working to pull up the policy.
Chair, I just wanted to add, and I agree with Ms. Patrica, we have to make sure, and I don't know if that needs to be written down there, but the follow through on that. So when we do share with the board and the superintendent and whomever, what the wishes were or what they would love to see or like to see, whether that comes to reality or not, that's something that we need to make sure that we are following up and follow through with that, so they do know that we have heard them, and wherever that takes us.
Yeah.
So I agree with her.
And when we give the superintendent direction for something like that, there should be discussion, and I'm sure we'll be getting both the legal and the superintendent's outlook on that too. So it's not like we just hear what they say and then with no discussion say what to do. And still looking?
I am.
Why don't we move on and then come back to that, so we're not in dead silence here?
I have it now, Chair.
Oh, sure.
So it's in Board Policy 9140 under Committee Meetings, subsection D. Each recommendation presented by an advisory committee to the board and accepted by the board shall be tracked by the superintendent. The superintendent shall present a quarterly report to the board providing information on the status of implementation of each such recommendation. An explanation shall be provided for each recommendation the superintendent chooses not to implement. This information shall also be shared with the advisory committee so they are aware of the status of their recommendations and input.
Okay. I think that's perfect.
Do we
Good.
add that on there now? Per policy?
This responsibility will be for your board protocol manual. The policy's already been adopted by the
Right.
board. And the whole purpose, again, is these recommendations come in, the board is aware of them, because now if you note in your responsibilities monthly after your meetings, you're supposed to be sharing this with your entire board and getting input from your board. And then once the board has made a decision, when they make the recommendation on the quarterly, then the superintendent will take whatever action is deemed appropriate by the board.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think just, and Attorney Dupuy-Bruno, if you would clarify if I'm incorrect, but you and Ms. Reeder, who worked on this, the intention was to clarify for the board members what their specific role is. The other roles are either defined in policy and may require further definition and process update as well.
Correct.
Okay. All right, resuming where we were in the slideshow, and I apologize for stopping at that point, but I felt that because the next piece could potentially, I didn't want to skip over this, we wanted to give ample time for this. So for this next piece, really gets into a process that historically has not been too formalized, but there have been some existing norms that before I honor them, I just wanted to draw the board's attention to them in case the board does not wish to proceed as it has in the past. Additionally, I've added some extra steps for us to address before we get into the actual board liaisons being selected based on the conversation that the board had in June. The first step would be to add or remove, actually, even before we get to the liaison roles, is to consider if any of the committees that you have on the document need to be removed. There was some consideration in June that the board members said some of these committees are much more informal, they almost never meet, and it doesn't even necessarily require a board seat on them. Others, there was just a lot of dialogue around that, and so before we appoint someone to a committee, if there are any committees that the board felt do not belong on this page for some reason, or did not need to be a part of this conversation, or committees that were missing that needed to be added, I wanted to first give that opportunity. The second process will then be, of course, the adding and the removal of the liaison roles specific to that piece, if any committees are not there. Then we would proceed to the automatic 2-year term appointments, as well as what I'm just terming the second year first right of refusal, which again is based on the prior norms. And then the final conclusion is board discussion to resolve any openings. So basically those seats that are now available for a board member when those committees have not been done. Again, all of this was handled relatively informally in the past. So I just want to, before we proceed down that path, I want to give an opportunity for the board to, because this is really your work. I'm not bringing any recommendations here today in this space. It's strictly your ability to do it. I'm here to essentially capture your thinking and try to react to that, provide information based on your consideration in June, as well as where you are today. So before we go down that path, I just want to, if it's okay, Chair, pass back to you again for this additional conversation.
All right. Board members, yes, Mr. Fisher.
2 questions. One of them I forgot to mention last time that's not on here, and I don't think it's considered an official committee, is Ms. Jordan and I were both on the District Student Advisory Committee. Is that, I mean, I don't know where that place is, if it's on or not, if it's considered an official committee or not. So, second question I have is, I'd asked about this before in regards to schedule. I'm under the impression that the schedule is set for these committees on essentially their first day. So I don't, it's kind of hard to tell what it's going to be, what their schedule is. I mean, we have what it was last year, but I've been told that that's not a set date always for what day of the week. I don't know if I'm misinformed on that or not. So thank you.
I can happy to answer from my perspective. The District Student Advisory Committee, certainly I think any committee that you want to have acknowledged, this is really the board's sheet to help organize around that piece. They do have different scopes in some cases, and we'll get into that in a little bit more detail. I've tried to organize the document a little differently based on your conversation in June, so that's something that may assist. Anything can be added or taken away. That's one piece. The second piece, the scheduling, my understanding is that these different, it varies significantly by committee. In some cases, at their first meeting, they adopt a schedule similar to what the board does, where we adopt a meeting schedule, and so it just depends on different committees in terms of that piece. Some historically have operated on certain days and times of the week that the board members who are currently attending can verbalize, but others they can deviate if they so choose. When those, especially for our board advisories, for example, when they come together, they can adopt a different schedule, they can make revisions and so forth. Those are the best. That's the answers I can give from my understanding. Happy to research more if there's anything additional on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may enlighten just a little bit on the District Advisory Committee, Student Advisory Committee, that used to be one of the board advisory committees. However, there was a lot of discussion, be it a board advisory committee, that it will fall under sunshine. And so the discussion was to remove it from being a board advisory committee and really being a superintendent advisory committee. Now, I know that there have been some board members who have attended, not necessarily as liaisons to the committee, because it's not a board advisory committee, it's really a superintendent advisory committee, and we wanted to be careful so we weren't subjecting the students to the sunshine laws.
Thank you for that clarification. Patrica?
I just want to give some direction that District Advisory Council is very labor intensive. It meets twice a month. EDAC, Executive District Advisory Council, meets on Monday nights once a month, and then you have the DAC meeting once a month, and it's a longer meeting than usual. So DAC is pretty labor intensive, and also, I don't have data or proof, but it feels like Insurance Task Force meets all the time. Like every time I look at my calendar on a Thursday, I have to go to, and it's a wonderful committee, don't get me wrong, but if we're talking about scheduling and time, those are two very, in my opinion, time-intensive board liaison positions.
All right. I have one more question real quick, then you got to follow up. I know we're getting people to be on these different committees we appoint. We try not to have them on more than one committee. But if they are on the superintendent's committee, are they eligible to be on one of these other committees
The only,
per policy or protocol?
the only one that we have to be careful with would be audit, because that one has some requirements, but any other committee is really up to the board's discretion.
Then be on more than one committee then? Or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Chairman, just because the question was raised specifically, and then the example of the student advisory, so I just want to kind of orient the board to one new addition to this form that did not exist before, but it was specifically in response to the type of conversation we just had. So what I've tried to do is organize the different committees by the authority or committee purpose. So in some cases, they actually advise the board, and these are at the top. Per policy, they have a function that is specifically to advise this board. When you move down a level, these essentially are committees that are called forth in some type of governmental entity. So you have, like, for example, the Head Start, Early Head Start Policy Council. There's actually a federal requirement in order for us to administer Head Start programming. Meanwhile, the Value Adjustment Board and School Health Advisories, those come directly from Florida statute. Our Horizon Council, as an example, is actually an advisory to our local Board of County Commissioners. So it doesn't advise this board, it advises that board. So because the committees have these different purposes, it's important, based on the feedback from June, to kind of show that. The Insurance Task Force was brought up, as well as the instructional calendar. Those are actually operational working groups, so they are not board advisories. They are working groups that are called for through our collective bargaining committee, and so that's why the board members are there to non-vote. They're really there as observers, because sometimes their byproduct is something that comes in front of the board for a vote. And so it is still a vital piece, but very different from the board advisories and some of these others. Last but not least, the bottom section that you'll see, these are all nonprofit partnerships. Now, that they can still vary tremendously. Like, for example, the foundation, that is specifically established to support us as a district. FSBA, another one that supports not just our district, but all the districts in the entire state related to their board governance activities. So these nonprofits, they vary considerably. So even though they're all grouped together, but the reason why they're grouped together is because they have their own bylaws and so forth. And so oftentimes, whether it's an institutional seat or even requires a board seat, those things are typically covered in the governing documents for each of those nonprofit entities. So they're grouped differently in this case, and that's why I'm saying we could add or subtract any aspect, but that was one attempt to try to classify how these committees are different in that respect. So I just wanted to highlight that since it came up through your conversation. We were going to get to that, but I wanted to give you a chance to, if that helps in any way as well.
All right. Any committees you think in the first grouping? We had talked about the Continuous Systematic Improvement Advisory, maybe doing away with that particular committee. I've heard someone mention that. Any thoughts on that, or Ms. Jordan?
Well, I guess I know I've heard conversation regarding that as well, but I guess what is, and I would, look at this, the superintendent or whomever, what is the purpose of that specific advisory committee for us? I think that's the question on what do they do, how do we, impact that, or what do we bring back from that?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question to just talk about the general. So in the board advisories, each one of these in policy, in our current adopted policies, they have a pretty clearly defined purpose of how they contribute to the board. And so if we wanted to review specific policy, that actually has each of these purpose of what they actually do for each one of them. I don't know, like, again, I'm not coming today with a recommendation of any committee that we should or shouldn't. I would say that is really the board's discretion. I think what was highlighted, one of the asks in June was for one of the board members said, staff convene and address how is it working for us. And one of the considerations that came out of the staff conversation was declining membership, not having a significant number of members apply for these different committees, multiple people representing on multiple committees and things of that nature. And so I think that was the only concern raised from a staff level of just wanting to ensure that they are able to charge that, and that's just for the board's knowledge. But we're not coming today to recommend that any committee be dissolved, simply to highlight that for some of these that they may not even have sufficient membership, so where they could honor the current policy or establish a quorum, that would be a challenge that the board needs to be aware of. Secondarily to that, the other question was in June was how many committees are there, how do our committees stack up compared to other districts? And so one of the pieces at that June when the staff came together was something that I think a lot of us were not aware of, was that our district has a significant number of advisory committees and that we're in more of an exceptional state as it pertains to that. So while there are 2 districts in the state of Florida that have more committees than we do, they are the largest 2 districts in the state. And so they have significantly more staff and so forth. And so from a bit much larger communities they represent. When you come down to the level, there are 2 other large metro districts that are at the same relative number of committees that we have, but then all the rest of them in that group that are bigger than we are have fewer committees than we do. And so that's just an awareness as well of the number of committees and the function they serve. But again, we're not bringing a recommendation at this time. It's strictly to bring that information as part of your discussion.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I was the liaison this past year to CSI, at least from when I got on the board. I found the committee very enlightening. I enjoyed the discussions, especially when it came to strategic plan. I mean, we went into things with HR and ELL, for example, different presentations on that. I thought the feedback was really good on that. But again, like the others, I know there's concerns, obviously, of attendance. I mean, we usually had a pretty good group there, and there was some, I thought, productive and lively discussion. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Mr. Patrica first, and then.
Thank you. So I appreciate what Dr. Savage just said, and in my conversations with colleagues across the state, they're actually, jealous might be the wrong word, but envious a bit of the committees that we do have. So decreasing committees is not something that I would look forward to or necessarily support. I think we could rename CSI Strategic Planning Committee, just so that it's clearer what it means, because to a lot of people, CSI doesn't mean anything. I understand we have a Strategic Planning Steering Committee, but that hasn't met in forever. And I also think that with Dr. Bernier's focus on the strategic plan and making sure it's not just a document that gets put on a shelf and we dust it off every once in a while, I think it's an opportunity for CSI to be even more important than it is right now. I have not chosen a CSI individual from District 3 for next year because it was sort of up in the air here. We don't have a lot of applicants. When we don't have applicants for a committee, I go out and find applicants. So I'm ready to leave here today and find people for CSI if the board agrees that it's something that we should continue. Those are my comments. Thank you. And the other committees, I can't imagine, like district advisory, it is a board advisory, but staff takes things out of every DAC meeting that they can implement immediately to improve customer service. They don't necessarily come to us with recommendations, but staff can do things that they're not even aware are issues in schools just by hearing from such a large group that it's an issue across the board. So those are my comments.
Okay. Mr. Fisher.
Real quick, Ms. Patriga brought up a good point in trying to find people for that committee. I will say there's a misunderstanding of kind of what it does and trying to sell it. So that one takes a lot of effort. So if there's any way to make it easier to sell and explain to people, that would be beneficial, I think.
Is there any, Ms. Morgan?
So having served on CSI a number of years ago, and it was really about the strategic plan, and I have not been in a couple of years, but my thought would be that we have created, the superintendent has created a very transparent process and model and way of communicating where we are. I'm not certain that we really need to engage the community in that, since they're not creating the plan. I mean, basically what was happening in the old days was that they'd look at the performance numbers and try to assess whether or not we had something in the plan that was addressing performance. Well, now all of this is laid out in our strategic plan. All of the metrics are laid out. So I'm not sure what value, other than educating people about our strategic plan, CSI has. With respect to DAC, you made a very interesting point. It never even occurred to me that DAC is an awesome vehicle for bringing together the various SACs and having an opportunity to hear about district initiatives. But it really doesn't have to be about us. It can really be about, it can be a district-driven effort. So those are my comments. I mean, if you take out one, we're down to 7, and then everybody gets 1, and you don't have somebody having to double up and then whatever. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Any other comments? I guess we should probably try to, obviously we're not voting, but get some idea whether we should keep and I think we should, if we do keep it, change it to Strategic Planning Committee. You know, that would be probably easier to sell and everything else along those lines. Yes?
Be a pain, strategic planning and accountability. I hear what you're saying,
yeah, that's fine
Ms.
too.
Morgan. It makes me feel better. When I appoint someone to one of these committees, I try to find someone who has a skill set that will bring expertise to that committee. I have gotten better at strategic planning and accountability since I've been on the board, but I certainly wouldn't consider myself an expert. So getting feedback from experts in that area, especially surrounding accountability, would just be helpful to me. So that's why I would want to add accountability. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Morgan.
And in response to that, I would say, I think we get better feedback if we reactivate that steering committee, because the steering committee is really business leaders, people with experience in strategic planning and accountability. They're the ones who talk about whether or not we are addressing the needs in our district. If we were to have somebody looking at our strategic plan and talking about accountability, my preference would be to have it at that level rather than trying to recruit people in the community to just, vet what we're doing. Thank you.
Any other comments on that? So could we combine the steering committee functions with the strategic planning? Because it sort of sounds like that's, they're both along the same lines. I mean, strategic planning, you're trying to steer toward the future.
Yeah.
Mr. President, first.
Just for clarification, because I'm not familiar, that steering committee, did it have public members? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I'm not familiar with it either, so. go
No,
ahead.
and I just wanted to get more clarification from Ms. Morgan, because I know Ms. Morgan has been here longer and has that information, because I don't ever recall that as well, so I would appreciate if she could share a little bit more of what that looked like.
So I sat on it as the liaison so it basically, It went away, COVID. So it was here, we had it before COVID. It was one of the things that got dropped. We had people from the Horizon Council, people from the foundation. Basically, that was the pool that we drew from. It was really the superintendent's committee, and I sat on it as the board liaison, not the board, I just sat on it as a board member observing. So, but it was the superintendent. He chose people from the community that he felt were opinion leaders in the community and were representative of the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, you have a committee that sort of does something along those lines now, do you not, or?
I do. I have a superintendent council that meets with me regularly. We have run everything from proximity through strategic planning, through just different ideas. They are a wonderful cross-section of the community, both geographically and in their respective roles. I would weigh in on a strategic planning committee, but this would be more than us presenting what we would present in front of the board. This would be an opportunity to engage, talk about what we are accomplishing, but also to have another group of individuals help us vet for things like the ability to understand what we're presenting in the community, specifically around moving forward with ELL strategies as an example, because I've heard that. Clearly we have a metric to improve ELL students' performance. But as we meet our new ELL director, we interact with her, I think it would be vital to have some community input back to her. And that can be a reflection of just community and parent members, or it can be a combination of community and parent members and business. I think there's some strength in having a committee that advises and gives us a place to talk about our strategic plan and how we're moving and how it's impacting both the schools and what areas for improvement can be made, and potentially be an additional lens for how it's living within the schools.
Yeah, I think, from what I'm hearing, my viewpoint is that we have sort of a steering committee through the superintendent. And I also think we should probably keep this committee for at least till we decide to do this again in a couple of years, just and monitor how well it's going. But I agree with the superintendent. I think it's good to have another set of eyes on our strategic plan. I mean, because everything here basically are another set of eyes. I mean, we have a plan for finance, we have a plan for just everything on there, curriculum. So this is just another input. So, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep asking or speaking. But as well, though, with what Dr. B just mentioned, we need to make sure that each of the committees understand what their role is, and if this one is going to be about strategic planning and what we want them to look at or what we want them to help with or advise with, we need to make sure that that is
The name change.
told to them,
Yes.
so that they have that understanding, because it is difficult when you come in, and a lot of times when I'm looking at putting people on this, I'm speaking to them and sharing everything with them on what this means to them, how many meetings and what it entails, because a lot of them have a misconception of what that means. So I think that we really have to have a clear view of what each of these committees are, so that way when we are out there looking for advisories to help us, we need to make sure that we understand that as well. So thank you for that.
Ms. Patrica, what was your addition to, if we change it to strategic planning and accountability? Is everybody, does that sound, or does someone have a better phrase, or?
SPA.
Okay, I think that's what we should do, keep it and just change the name there a little bit, and then we'll monitor it and come back to it in a couple of years, if it all goes well. And we all need to get out there and make sure we have our people appointed to the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. And just so that it is noted here, and this is kind of the function of today, I've actually added here strategic planning and accountability based on the board's discussion today. Now, of course, it exists in policy as our CSI, and just to confirm, It, in fact, is all about the strategic plan. That is what their work has entailed. So the alignment with what your discussion is exactly on point. To Member Jordan's earlier question about the scope of what these committees do, I think is one of the key elements when these committees first come together. They typically do review their purpose, but for any of the public who is considering it, one board policy that specifically highlights for the committees has the actual purpose defined, and it's pretty comprehensive for every single one of them. So for anyone who's thinking about applying, they can go to that one policy, and every single one of the committees is summarized in terms of what they do. But just the board was absolutely right about the strategic planning work. So with that said, we're going to get it and proceed into our process. But I just wanted, as you see this document, it has now been updated to say strategic planning and accountability for the purposes of this conversation today. Going back to our piece, the first part that we're going to do is to add or remove any of these liaison roles, and so I did not hear a recommendation for any of those particular aspects, and so I just want to kind of quickly tell you what the next steps will look like. The automatic 2-year term appointments are done prior to us getting to the table. However, one of the ones that we had previously on our list, I amended because as I researched the different committees, it appeared to be an error on our end. We had it listed as a 2-year appointment. So FSBA, this is the example. The FSB Board of Directors is a 2-year, and that one you'll see is populated. But what we previously had listed, and I kept the prior language as well, just so that we would remember it. Down here it says Board Legislative Liaison. There was some significant discussion in June about whether or not to split and have a local liaison that really interacts with the local delegation and so forth, as well as continuing that seat of advocacy that FSBA provides for. But I wanted to make sure the board was aware that upon researching this, the actual seat at the FSBA level is actually the Advocacy Committee, and that is a 1-year term. Now, however, participating in that committee allows for an opportunity to participate in one of the 2 subcommittees, which is the Legislative Subcommittee as well as the Federal Relations Subcommittee. So those are all provided for directly in the FSBA bylaws, but we had it listed as a 2-year term office. FSBA confirmed with me that that is actually a 1-year term. That's not to say we couldn't tell our people that we prefer to have the same person serve successively. That's totally at the board's discretion. Again, I'm not making a recommendation, just clarifying based on similar research I did for all these different committees. So I wanted to highlight that. The reason I wanted to go over that now is because if the board, and again, it's your decision as a board what you would like to do, if the board wishes to move forward with having a specific liaison at this level, you can decide whether or not you would even want that to appear in this committee piece, because technically these are committees. Would that be a liaison role, or is it really a part of a committee? That's really up for you to discuss. But the FSBA role is a very clearly established role as a part of that advocacy committee, so I want to make sure we labeled it properly so that there would be you'd be able to discuss this from an informed perspective. So with that said, that or any of the other committee liaison roles that we want to remove, if you want to have any more discussion on that before we actually get into putting people into these spots. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Jordan?
Thank you. And I think I mentioned this to Dr. Savage, the liaison for the Southwest Florida Lee County Fair, that is just, all they do is they send an email, and it really doesn't have to be a board member, because they send an email saying, could you send this to whoever? So that's where that comes into play. So as long as they have Dr. Jason's information, that does not need to happen, because he's the one who sends this information out to the schools pertaining to our schools participating in the fair. We don't have anything to do with that. That is, the district does that. And I think that was just a courtesy that has been there for years. And that's how my name keeps getting on it, because I'm like, no one else would do it. So that's the only reason that one was there. It is a one-time email.
All right. Looks like we could delete that one. Is that what your recommendation is as the person on there?
I would say that it's not necessary as long as they have the proper information, which they do have now, to contact our arts person, Jason.
Is there anyone against deleting that? I mean, I want to speak against deleting that from our little list here. Okay. Dr. Savage, I think we can remove that one.
Very good. I'll take care of that right now. For the purposes of this, I'm going to have it show as a strike-through, just so it's still there in case you want to have any discussion about it. Are there any other particular ones? Oh, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Morgan?
Yes, I was surprised to see that Horizon Council was listed as vice chair. When did that change? It's always been the chair.
The reason that changed is there are two meetings at the same time, the long-term resiliency, which is hugely important, the Lee resiliency. The chair is, by their thing, is chairs and mayors and things are on that. And the Horizon Council meets at the same time. So at one of the meetings, I brought that up and said I was letting the vice chair do that, as when the chair can't do something, he usually does.
So maybe it should be listed as chair and alternate.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah, that would be fine.
Because that wouldn't,
Yeah, because in the future, it
right,
could change.
exactly.
Okay. Everybody in agreement with that? Looks like, yes, Ms. Jordan.
And I will say, we did have a in-depth
Discussion, yeah.
conversation over this because it was not brought to the board when we spoke about this the last month, or whatever month that was. And yes, it has always been the chair, even though you were invited to participate in another program, unbeknownst to all of us. I mean, we knew that you had been invited, but had no idea about what that was, because that's not part of our list.
Right.
So, yes, I know that he went, in your place, but it's still the chair's role.
So we'll do a chair and an alternate.
Yeah, what I put up here, if it needs the board's approval, is chair and alternate, put vice chair. Do you want that designated vice chair, or would you just prefer to leave it as alternate?
That's fine.
Board's discretion.
I would probably say, yeah, either way is fine.
Very good.
Actually, I take that back. If they're requiring the chair, then maybe we should have whoever's vice chair at the time should be the alternate automatically. Ms. Jordan?
Sorry. And I know Ms. Patrica had her hand up. I would just tell you that on this, because I have sat on this board for 2 years, you have to, there's a certain time where we have to give them the name. So the name of that person would be the chair's name. If for some reason he could not make it to that meeting, then he would ask his vice chair or whomever to be there. But the actual person that would be sitting on that for the district would be the chair. And their name is listed with the presidents of the universities as well for education. Well, and Dr. Savage, you've been there, so you've seen that.
Yeah, this is again an example of one of those institutional roles, and so you'll see it grouped with the governmental entities because it is a board advisory for the county board commissioners. So it's to your point. I think how we internally cover that, I think it's fair and accurate to say that the chair role is set aside for that. So I think hopefully we've listed that in a way that's appropriate, and then I'll make a note in the footnotes or something to that effect on the future documents so there's an awareness of that piece as well.
All right.
Are there any other areas of ones that we would want to remove before we get into the selections or questions?
So I'm not sure that Estero is still a thing. So I don't know if I should get with someone in Estero, you should get with someone in Estero, the superintendent or staff members should get with someone in Estero to figure out, the prior board insisted that it was a advisory thing and it never really was, and so I don't know what we want to do with Estero. It was a wonderful partnership when it existed, but lots has happened. And I don't think the fundraising, I think the fundraising went with Nick Bedos when Nick Bedos rolled off of that council. And I don't even know if they have a liaison or they have a person from their council. So I don't know what we want to do with that.
Okay. Have they had any meetings at all?
They have not.
No contact?
Can I just say, the goal was to create that partnership and then go to each municipality and create a similar partnership and then bring it to the county commission and then have a county commission partnership so that every part of the community would be covered by a municipality or a government the county commission. But again, there was so much negativity surrounding it a couple years ago that I don't, we either need to completely restart or listen to what Dr. Bernier has to say.
All I was going to offer is the services of Dr. Ken Savage to reach out to the community of Estero and to make some determination if this community organization and this particular committee is still in existence.
Great idea.
Reach out and get you an answer.
Yes. I did a little preliminary research, and I was surprised by it's not really connected to the municipal entity. It actually is connected. It's that's why it's listed on a nonprofit partnership. So that's some of the unique things you get into, and you really understand how these were even formed. That committee is a offshoot of a specific group, but it's these community organizations that want to make their community a better place. So great intentions, possible partnership opportunities, but that's why it's listed down there and not in the municipal section, because it's not technically part of the municipal government in any way.
All right.
Are there any other committees that we want to pull off
Are
of
we
this?
going to keep that one or just put that one on hold for now, I guess?
We can put that on hold.
If we could
then-
ask Dr. Savage to follow up.
Yeah, if you will follow up, and then whoever's assigned to that may not have an assignment.
Happy to do it. All right.
All right. Moving on.
Okay, so the the only two-year term appointment that was listed there is specific to this role right here. So you see Ms. Morgan is serving specifically in the FSBA Board of Directors. We've already appointed Ms. Jordan and Ms. Langford Fleming in July because, again, similarly, FSBA needed that earlier, and so they have that already done. The rest of them, you'll notice I've put these little exclamation marks, or I've left it blank. The way that this will work for the second right of refusals is if you have an exclamation mark, what that means is we typically, again, norms in the past, the board member who's currently serving in that role, so let's use the top one, construction advisory, Ms. Jordan, that in order for that person to get a second year under their belt to really, they deeply understand now the work, we give them that opportunity to say, yes, I would like to continue that opportunity serving in that role, or no, I've learned a lot, but I'd love to give another board member the opportunity. That first right of refusal is typically that's been the custom. We don't have to do that, but that's the way the custom has been done. The areas such as this one next to Ms. Giovanelli, this is where that board member has already served 2 successive years in that capacity. That then opens up automatically for new consideration for a person. It doesn't preclude, let's say Ms. Giovanelli says, I really want to be a part of that curriculum advisory. She could articulate that, but it isn't an expectation. It is an expectation that it's open for all the board members to get that different perspective as part of that committee. So that's the way the document is organized. Are there any questions about that, or is there any consideration of wanting to deviate from the past process?
Works for me. Everybody, please continue.
Okay, very good. So first right of refusal.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Does the 2-year appointment go with the seat or with the person? So like if we look at finance advisory, for example, no, not finance advisory. I guess it doesn't matter because there's nothing up there.
CSI.
Yes, if we look at
CSI 's
CSI, that technically was 2 years for seat number 1, but it's a different person. Right, that's I guess my question.
It's a very good question. I think when I went back and listened to the logic, it was done with the understanding that a board member deepens their understanding, and so I would say in that respect, it was applied. The logic was applied to the person, not the seat. However, I think it's really at the board's wishes, whatever you would want to do. Again, it's all custom. None of this is even in policy in terms of that piece or procedure. So this is really just a very. It's up for your discretion.
Any comments on that, or? I think we should just go ahead and continue.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to go down the list as has been done in past times. So Ms. Jordan, you are currently serving as the construction advisory liaison. Would you like to continue serving in that role or allow one of your board members an opportunity?
Well, I went on that because no one else wanted that. So I will continue with that unless somebody else wants that. I have no problem. So at this moment, I will continue unless somebody else.
Well, so here's the challenge in this process. So the way that it really would set up is if you'd like to open it up to others, then you would say, I'm going to open it up. It doesn't mean you couldn't then reapply for it, but if you want it, it's yours based on custom. So that's kind of the difference in this piece.
Well, then I will continue with it because I've only had a half a year with them.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, the next up is the newly strategic planning and accountability, which Mr. Fisher, you were the CSI liaison. You would have the ability to retain that and for another year or to allow someone else that new opportunity.
Wow, I feel like Ms. Jordan on this one. I like it. I don't know if anyone else has a burning desire for it. I do like it. I mean, my intention was to keep it, but, you know, I mean.
Well, I was just going to very quickly say, Ms. Giovanelli said she would be willing to serve on that if it opened up. She sent a list of the different ones. Yes, Ms. Morgan.
I was going to suggest that we start with the ones that are not rolling over, because that way people know who's moving. And then, for example, I might do one of these, but I want to see the ones that are definitely changing first. So
We can do that easily.
I'm coming off ISOC, so you know who goes on ISOC may impact who goes, what the choices made about finance, for example. So let's maybe do it that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very easy for us to do that. So essentially, instead of going to the exclamation marks, we're just going to start with the ones that are open for anyone, and then we'll work our way back to the other way. That's a perfectly accepted way to go. So we're going to jump right to curriculum advisory, because that's the first open area. So at this time, if there are any board members, and it's the board discussion at this point of who would like to do it.
Okay. Who would like to, Ms. Patrica?
Yeah, I'd really like to do it. This is my last year on the board, and it's one of the few that I haven't done. And I finally feel like I have enough knowledge to sit in there and understand what they're talking about. So that's one I'd really like to do.
They have some long meetings, so. All right. Any others people would like to have a discussion on that? Seeing none, I would say, Ms. Patrica, you are now on the curriculum.
Thank you. Jada, I think I saw your hand up. Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, very, very good. We're moving on to the biggest advisory, which is our district advisory, DAC, District Advisory Committee, which again, as we've mentioned before, liaises with all the different SAC committees, so it's a very large, powerful advisory as well. And this one is open for any board members' consideration.
Question. Yeah.
And this is the problem I keep having with this. When is it, what day of the week and time is it traditionally met? Because this is the problem I'm having with this.
Right, Wednesdays. They typically meet Wednesday nights. On occasion, we have a board meeting that's on a Wednesday night, so it gets pushed back or pushed forward, right? Am I right, Dr. Spiro? Thank you. Or Dr. Cupid McCoy, my bad. It's typically Wednesday night and then one Monday a night. And that one Monday a night is typically a half hour.
Okay.
One Monday a week, not one Monday a night.
And again, Melissa Giovanelli said she would be interested in this particular one. Would like, since she's not here, I have to sort of speak for her. Mr. Fisher, were you also interested in it on a?
Not because of the scheduling.
Okay.
It would be difficult, so that's.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Seeing that, I would
May
say.
I?
Yes.
And does Ms. Giovanelli understand that this one has all those dates, those multiple, you said multiple dates that she would have to attend?
I do not have that information. She's not on the phone, but she just sent in and said she would really like to be on that particular committee.
Because if nobody else would take that, I would switch too, so
Okay.
I just want to make sure that.
All right, at this time, Melissa Giovanelli in that spot for DAC.
Very good. Okay, next we have ISOC, Independent Sales Surtax Oversight. That is an available one as well.
Ms. Patrica?
Just put it out there, it's quarterly, so it's less time intensive. If nobody else wants it, I'll take it, but I've done it before.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing I can do that one. Oh, sorry. I can do that one. That's the one that Mrs. Morgan's in currently, correct? Yep.
Okay. Is that okay with everyone? All right.
All right. Now, we did, one that we mentioned was the Board Legislative Liaison, FSBA, the potential split, that we didn't actually resolve that, if that was something you wanted to have on here or not.
That's going to be at the next board meeting, so I think
Okay, we'll skip that for now.
yes.
All right. The last two, we actually removed the county fair. The last is the Uncommon Friends Governing Board. That's been Ms. Jordan.
I'm sorry, we missed all the other,
We're coming
These are the
back
ones that are
to,
open.
we're going back to all the
Oh,
ones that have first right of refusals.
I
Yep,
apologize.
no problem. So the Uncommon Friends Board.
Is there anyone that would like to do that? Would you like to continue?
I would like to continue, it's not, it has nothing to do with the district per se, but I would stay on that.
Very good.
Okay, Ms. Jordan.
Right. Okay, so now we're going back to the list. So we did take care of all of the ones that don't have that first right of refusal. So now you have at least a sense of the ones that have been taken. There are still a significant number left that have this ability for refusal. So we'll start with the very top again with Mr. Fisher and the CSI Strategic Planning Accountability.
I like it, I'll keep it.
Okay.
But again, if there's anyone pressing the other ones, I'd be willing to change. I know this is not helping this conversation, so that's the problem. I don't know what else everyone else wants to do, so.
The next one we come to is Ms. Morgan for the Equity and Diversity Advisory. You have the opportunity to retain that if you'd like.
Yes, I'd like to retain that.
All right.
Very good. Next is Finance Advisory. Ms. Langford Fleming, you're currently in that position if you'd like to retain it or if you'd like to allow someone else the opportunity to experience it.
I would like to open that up for someone else on the board if they are interested.
All right, wonderful.
Maybe I'll do that and drop equity and diversity unless somebody else wants to do finance.
Well, I've done
Mr. Fisher?
What day of the week is that again?
They meet once a month, and it's usually in the evening. I believe it's Wednesdays, around 3 or 4.
Yes.
Kelly just said
Yep.
Thursday. I think.
Oh, it's Thursday. It's the third Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I thought, Wednesday.
Wednesdays.
Third
And I
Wednesday of
believe
every-
it was
Wednesday
via
or-
Zoom as an option.
Third Wednesday.
Third Wednesday of the month, option of a Zoom, usually.
That's not good for Mr. Fisher, correct?
What time?
Oh,
3, 4 o'clock.
yeah. Okay, so Ms. Morgan, will you go on the finance then?
I'll do that, yes.
And come off of,
And then somebody else can do equity and diversity.
all right. Is there anyone that wanted to do equity and diversity here? Ms. Giovanelli offered to do that one, just,
Well, she's on
know.
district advisory, so we're going to put her on 2 of those?
no, I think.
That's 6 meetings
Yeah.
I'm just,
No, that's fine, I'm just saying that.
I would take that, and if somebody went to do construction and advisory.
All right, I will do construction advisory.
Okay, well, but the problem is then, you have audit committee, and Jada could not be on audit committee because she's on independent sales.
Well, no, I can stay on audit, though. I'm-
All right, so right now I have Mr. Persons is on construction, Mr. Fisher, our CSI Strategic and Accountability, Ms. Patrica with curriculum, and then District Advisory, we've got Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Jordan, right now we have you on Equity and Diversity. Finance, we have Ms. Morgan. That brings us down to Audit Committee. Mr. Persons, you would like to retain that
Correct.
seat? All right, very good.
And if I may, I mean, I've already sat on EDAC for
Yeah.
2 years, so if anybody else, I don't want to be that person if any of the new people wanted that or whoever. Otherwise I will definitely take it.
All right. Well, we go on down and then we'll maybe come back.
Yeah.
To see where we're at. I like the way Ms. Morgan did that. Well, I'll take that one and open up this one. And that's what this is all about.
She's been on every single one of these multiple times.
All right.
Okay.
The next one we have is the Head Start, Early Head Start Policy Council. That was Ms. Langford Fleming. You have the ability to retain that if you'd like, or to pass that honor to someone else.
I actually really enjoy that council. However, there's somebody that has not served and would want to. They meet once a month, and it's usually a mid-morning meeting at their location. There are 2 other committees I'm interested in. That's why I'm hesitant to say, to hop off of it, you know?
What are your other 2? Instructional?
School help and
Okay.
instructional calendar.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah. Well, I'm on instructional calendar. If there's, I would not mind coming off of that.
She wants school help.
If it's okay with Ms. Langford there, and then she would come off. Well, let's, on the early Head Start, I think Kathleen Morgan, didn't you want to possibly? Yes. Ms. Morgan would like that. Is that okay with everyone? Ms. Morgan.
Very good.
If you want to jump down to instructional, you can just go ahead and do that.
Yeah,
now.
I actually went ahead and did that.
Thank
The
you.
instructional, as you did that. This is the type of amicable, this is actually how it's happened in the past as well,
Yes,
this
that's
type of
fine.
discussion. So the next one down is actually the Value Adjustment Board. Presently, we have Mr. Persons, you are serving in that role. You have the ability to retain that piece. We have Mr. Fisher as the current alternate. So that's, if you want to continue with that arrangement.
I've only been on it like a month, so please, I'll continue.
I'd like to continue as well.
Wonderful. All right, next up, we have the School Health Advisory, which was presently attended by Ms. Giovanelli, who's not here. I don't know if she gave you any notes on that, Mr. Persons.
She said she would be willing to continue,
But
but would be open if there's someone. I'm trying to think, she's on
she has DAC, which is a big one.
just one. Okay.
I'm happy to take health advisory unless someone else wants to do that. Does anybody know how often they meet?
Well, I'm looking here. Right now, we have Melissa Giovanelli on 1. So maybe, I'm trying to see, she's not on any others that she wished to be on at this time.
So keep it there.
If I may?
Yeah, so I would-
In the past, if you weren't here, you kind of got stuck with what you got stuck with, or you didn't get what you wanted. So, sorry to be
That's
mean,
fine.
but I'm seeing a strong desire by Mrs. Langford Fleming, and I'd like to give it to her.
It's your job to be here. That's right. Just saying. Okay, good.
All right, so Ms. Langford Fleming?
That'd be great. And if in my absence I need someone to cover, I'll be sure to ask her first.
Tell anybody.
Okay.
We got you.
All right.
All right, the next step we have is the Horizon Council, which we mentioned. We had it set up as a chair-level responsibility, so would you like me to designate this as chair or alternate instead of a specific name, or how would you like me to do that so it's reflected in the wishes of the board?
I've just put chair and
Vice chair alternate?
yeah, vice chair alternate.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay. That will allow for the same configuration that we've been doing.
Right.
As long as it's resilient. So that would mean, Mr. Fisher, unless you're unwilling to serve in that capacity?
I'd like to serve in that capacity.
Wonderful. We're skipping over to legislative liaison. We've actually done instructional calendar. We're now at insurance task force. Ms. Patrica, you are currently serving that role, and you have the ability to retain that if you'd like to continue.
I'll keep it unless somebody really wants it. It is really fun, so I will keep it.
Okay.
All right, very well. Next up, we're with the Foundation for Lee County Schools. Now, this is, again, set up as an institutional role, the chair. So that would be Mr. Persons again, continuing that role unless there's other, okay? Looks like there's some conversation.
Yes.
Suggest that we put the same thing there that we put for the Horizon Council?
Yeah, chair and vice chair.
Vice chair as
That's
the
fine.
alternate. Please and thank you.
It's done.
Can I, remember, this is for 3 months, because in November, we get new chairs.
That's right.
So it
Yeah, that's why I
does really
like the
need to
chair.
be the chair, and if the chair has the right to ask anybody to be their alternate wherever we need to be at, that's their right as the chair.
Okay.
Just want to put that there.
So with that comment, though, would you prefer me not put the vice chair alternate, just put chair and leave that off, or how would the board like me to do this?
I think, I mean, my personal opinion, anywhere with a chair, I expect my vice chair to cover at this time. So I just, if it's required to be the chair, I think probably the alternate should automatically just be the vice chair unless they decline.
That's it. If the chair, by you putting that on there, you're putting it, if you're not there, that person can be there, but if that person cannot be there,
Oh, then
you
I
still
find-
need
yep.
to have
Oh, sure.
the option, just like any of us, if we
Right.
miss a meeting, we ask one of us to step in for us. So that's why, I don't know if you really want to be specific as far as putting vice chair, because if that person is not available, where do you sit then?
Yeah, I think the chair
Or
would,
chair.
would find someone else in its stead if that were to happen. I just think whoever accepts vice chair needs to know what they're going to be doing, sort of automatically. So I'd rather leave just vice chair.
Okay.
But you are correct. I mean, the chair would have to find someone else.
All right, the next one down we have is a Coalition for a Drug-Free Southwest Florida. Mr. Fisher, you presently have that. If you'd like to allow someone else the opportunity, or if you'd like to retain that role.
May I ask a question of a fellow board member? Ms. Jordan, I know you're part of that as well, so, I mean, I like going there, I like it, I just don't know if we need two of us there, is my
Yeah.
only...
And thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'm part of that because I've always been part of it as a community member, so not necessarily as a board member. So and that's why Ms. Fisher was there, as she was on there, I guess, forever, or I feel like she was.
Maybe she should.
So that's where that's at. So if you can't be there, I can certainly, or whatever, let you know.
Okay. I mean, I'm good staying on. I just wanted to double check with Ms. Jordan on that, because sometimes it's been both, so.
All right, very good. The Estero Education, we're going to come back to that. We're going to leave that for now. And then the last one that we have is Learning for Life, a nonprofit partnership. And it's presently Ms. Giovanelli. I don't know if she said she wanted to continue with that, or?
She did.
Wonderful. All right, so I believe we have completed that piece for today. Are there, before we move off of this page, are there any other questions of this before we move on to just the superintendent comments and the board discussion?
Mr. Fisher.
Quick suggestion, next time for an agenda item, we should call this horse trading, I think.
Correct. All right.
Save it. All righty.
So,
This time, I would defer.
may I ask, so am I on the EDAC then? Because no one else wanted that? Is that, I just want to make sure.
No,
So I know where I am.
Yes.
you are.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, so we have Ms. Jordan on EDAC. Ms. Morgan, you took the finance advisory
Got it, thanks.
through our horse trading.
Because I was construction. Okay, so, okay, got you. Thank you.
All right, we are at that, for this particular item, superintendent's comments and the board member discussion. Dr. Bernier?
I don't have any discussion specifically related to this item.
All right. Any board members have any further discussion? Horse trading done? All right. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the strategic, I'm going to say strategery, ever since strategic plan update. Dr. Savage, will you please continue with that?
As Dr. Savage is changing from one PowerPoint presentation to another, I'm thinking it was going to be a long engagement of the board today regarding various workshop sessions, but I believe Dr. Savage may have one of the largest roles today. I want to thank this board for the opportunity that you provided to me and my cabinet team to really look at our strategic plan and re-envision and sort of refresh where we want to go, and creating public scorecards that allow us to be accountable not only to you, but to our entire community. In addition, the work that Mr. Savage, Dr. Savage has done with all of you and with our team is coming to fruition in terms of already having discussions with principals about how these plans, objectives, and ideas for increasing student achievement will live in our school buildings. I think the other thing that I'm most excited about, and I guess I should probably save this to the end, but is the weeks ahead when we start developing the monitoring piece for all of you. There has been long-term discussion prior to my arrival, and certainly a lot of discussion since I arrived, about how the board is consistently updated related to the progress we're making on the strategic plan. And I'm excited about that next opportunity, but I'm getting the cart before the horse. You've given us the pillars. We have gone down and met you from working from the bottom up to reach those pillars with what we expect to be the measurable key performance indicators. There's a lot of spreadsheets here. It will take all of you and our public time to grow accustomed to all of these. But again, most of these, if not all of them, will live publicly. And as we get more and more data from the state, those targets will fill in, and we will be ready to set targets for this year, 23-24, and for the next several years. And you'll see some examples where we've already have that filled in. And a reminder to the public, in some cases, you'll see a desire for numbers to increase, student achievement. But when it comes to student discipline related to like CESAR events, some of the most egregious events that can occur in our school, the process there is to see those numbers decline. So it's just a matter of digging in and us being able to present multiple times and over multiple years for our community to understand the progress we're making. And thank you to the board for giving us another opportunity and I mean this sincerely with the committee, to help us have these open discussions and give the public another opportunity to weigh in on our progress and our intervention strategies. Dr. Savage?
Thank you, Dr. Bernier, and good afternoon again, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and the esteemed board members, as well as Attorney Dupuy Bruno. Today we're here for our scheduled update on the refreshed strategic plan. For today's agenda, we will begin with the timeline that was communicated at our June board meeting with Education Elements, where we unveiled the governance level draft work product and the schedule for this plan implementation. Then we will review our newest key documents that we've been working on since that meeting. This will include all of our draft metrics for the next 5 years. After we review the meat of the plan, we will talk about how we intend to work the plan, which is really the most essential evidence for that accountability, is how we report our results on an ongoing basis and how our internal cycles of action react to those results. Lastly, we will then pick up with our implementation timeline so that we know where we are headed next. One of the key desires with our strategic plan refresh was to get clarity around the next 3 to 5 years. So Education Elements, based on their national work in strategic planning, shared what a 5-year overview of actually working a strategic plan looks like. We're going to revisit that, the year one roadmap that they use to frame what all of us should expect in terms of actions for this year. Then I'm going to focus on highlighting some major milestones within that year one roadmap. As I mentioned, this 5-year overview from Education Elements is what they termed the road to success. A good strategic plan makes excellent strides initially, but the power of choosing the types of longer-term outcomes that this board selected is that you should expect to see the refinement of those outcomes each year and a narrowing of focus, as well as an efficiency that is realized as the organization sharpens its approach. So let's jump into the year one timeline that was communicated to you in June. The items with the check marks next to them, these are the draft items specifically brought to you today. The highlighted areas here are also presently underway, and in some cases significantly underway, but we will need clarity on the items brought today before we can solidify those highlighted areas to completion. So while there has already been some communication and alignment work with the schools, we want to make sure that we're on the right track before we communicate more broadly with our overall community, and that's reflected here in the year one roadmap. The next major step is to build out our communication plan and support the alignment of this plan with the school improvement plans, which we're already doing, but to really deepen that alignment and ensure that it's happening. As well as we want to launch a public-facing scorecard. The major draft elements of that you're about to see. Now, while you probably recall the one-pager and the blueprint from our June meeting, today's new document is the draft scorecard with the KPIs, as well as we've updated that one-pager as well. So let's go ahead and jump right into that. First, I want to orient you to the revised one-pager. We've made some minor substantive revisions from the June version, but also we've made some aesthetic adjustments. I want to give particular thanks to Laura Howard and Irma Lancaster in Communications. They found a way to take our compiled content and make it into a fantastic forward-facing material that you have here in front of us today. I would also say that one of our hopes in this process was to try to get our entire strategic plan down to a single page front and back without it being overwhelming. And while we are a very complex organization, if we don't have a very clear and focused understanding of what our work is in a very concise plan, it's easy to get distracted on the wrong work. So when you flip this one pager to the other side, you will see some of the newest draft content where we have taken the strategic priorities and objectives and translated them into measurable key performance indicators, otherwise known as KPIs. Now, I'm going to go down this list with you quickly, but because this is not your first time seeing your priorities. As Dr. Bernier mentioned with the pillars, you actually created these priorities and many of the objective statements as well. So we as a cabinet then tried to shape and tweak them, but we're going to dig into each one of these objectives and KPIs a little deeper as we go through the draft scorecard. So don't worry, we will have more time to unpack these with a bit more specificity. And when we get to the discussion part of the presentation today, please feel free to dig into any specific area that you want to discuss more. But since we have a lot of ground to cover with this, I will move quickly on this one pager. And I'm going to zoom in just for readability as well, but you can actually access this through our board docs. Our first strategic priority of preparing all students for life after graduation expects that we are moving all of our students in all subject areas, not just to grow or for a learning gain, but to an expectation of achievement, and we are measuring that ambitious target accordingly. We also expect to produce more successful graduates by ensuring that those graduates are both college and career ready, and we will touch on these a bit more in the scorecard. As we move to our next strategic priority, it is all about our school and workplace culture. When you walk into a highly effective organization or a dysfunctional one, you can feel it. So how do our stakeholders perceive our culture? Whether it is individual schools or departments here at the central office, tracking those measures in a systematic way is a big part of our improvement work. You'll also see that we worked a speak up, listen up component into this as well. So we aren't just talking the talk, but measuring how well we are walking the walk. Additionally, we always want to enhance our work in the area of safety for both our students and staff. We will measure perception on this issue, but as Dr. Bernier mentioned earlier, we also expect to see evidence of reducing student crime, violence, and disruption in our schools if we are truly improving in school safety. This next priority, as we move down, is focused on our workforce. And that starts with retaining the people we have. Even reducing our turnover of teachers by a single % saves the need to hire over 50 teachers right there. One way we are helping to measure that is to ensure that people feel valued and connected to their purpose, with the resources and support they need to make a difference. We've had some years of record recruitment totals, but without retention as a key focus, it won't be enough. I'm going to go into more detail on the diversity metrics when we get to the scorecard, but the last KPI under this priority is focused on the types of feedback and professional development our employees are getting. Are we telling them what they are doing well, how they can improve, and providing them with the support to realize that growth? Or are they feeling like they are on an island with no voice in driving their own improvement and no idea where they stand in terms of their own professional competence? The fourth strategic priority is all about partnerships. Students as a real partner has been a missing link. Our accreditation data told us how disconnected our secondary students felt from their ability to drive the lesson, to have a voice in how their school meets their needs. Well, this KPI ensures that we are tracking this to improve upon that current disconnect. Of course, our parents and families are one of our most vital partnerships. So how healthy is that partnership? Do they feel like they are being heard, truly heard? Well, Objective 9 is all about strengthening those outcomes. Finally, our community partners, of which there are many, but how organized are we as a system in defining those relationships and the expectations on all sides? How do we optimize our community partners and ensure that we are working towards synergistic, mutually beneficial outcomes? A number of high-performing districts and even some states have developed a comprehensive rubric to begin to measure this hard-to-measure area. And now we would be joining those leading-edge districts to better organize ourselves in that manner with Objective 10, KPI 10.1. For the final strategic priority, it's all about our internal operating systems. It starts with improving our customer experience in all facets by measuring their feedback. As an organization with finite resources, we have to better measure our departmental performance by quantifying the quality of work that is accomplished to start to drive objective conversations on performance. And so lastly, as we seek to improve efficiency to redirect our funds towards our highest priorities, we have to become more sophisticated in how we tell our business cases about the work that we do. We have to transition from an organization that simply requests more resources into one that showcases how existing resources are being optimized and efficiencies are being realized. This is our draft, refreshed strategic plan. It may be lofty, but it is the right work, particularly as we strive to be a world-class school system. Now, this particular page is not a formal part of the plan, but it still bears sharing with you as a governance team because at this time it captures something very important, ownership. So for every KPI that we are measuring, there is an executive sponsor, otherwise known as a business process owner, BPO, that owns this area. Now, in truth, most of these KPIs are impacted by all of us, but that BPO is expected to help drive that organizational conversation. The BPM, if you look at that column, or the business process manager, is actually where much of the measure lives within the organization. And the BPMs heavily impact how effective the results are, and that's why they are also an accountable party when it comes to the structure. Lastly, the two right columns you'll see are the SMEs, otherwise known as subject matter experts. These individuals bring expert knowledge that impacts these measured areas, so they're often enlisted to help explain the nuances that can have an impact on the results within the results. So let me give you one quick example. When we talk about retention, the first area that always comes to mind is human resources. But let's push on that. Most of our employees work out in the schools. So how often would they be interacting with our HR division or chief in a way that impacts their decision to stay or go? In reality, their work environment is largely impacted by the leadership, culture, and working conditions at the individual school level. They may only work with HR when they're getting hired or recertifying. Furthermore, we have some schools that have almost no turnover at all. In the same year, we have schools that can have significantly more variance with that outcome, losing far more employees. And one of the most important variables these same employees cite is the school level leadership and the culture that exists at that school, not some type of larger HR initiative. So I use that as a specific example for us to consider how each of these KPIs, while they may have an owner, it isn't quite that simple, and we collectively do have to own so much of this work as an organization. Now we're going to move on to, again, the formal document, back to that document, but I wanted to share that accountability. And this is our draft scorecard. Now, I'm going to zoom in just so we can orient to these pieces. We're not going to go with every single line, but at least this way it's easy to see exactly how this works. So at the top left, you will see the objective we are trying to measure. Then it is broken down into the specific KPI. And this is where each measured area will start, is with a raw baseline. This raw baseline is our best available data at this time, as Dr. Bernier mentioned earlier. But that's followed up by an official baseline. So for example, in this year, this is a unique year for us in our normal accountability. We typically by July have all of our high stakes data for ELA, math, social studies, and science. But because we went through the new standard setting process and they're developing new cut scores, we won't get the official baseline from the state that they use to derive school grades until winter 23-24. But that's very atypical. By and large, we know when we will get it, and so you'll notice in the 23-24 actual, we can anticipate that in July. And so that's kind of the intention here, is we have the raw baseline number, the official baseline when it will come out, as well as the targets, and then the actual. The next 4 columns that you see to the right of that show the 4 years after this year. So it gives you a 5-year period. Now, in some cases, we simply could not devise targets at this time, mostly because the measure has not yet been released and we don't have an appropriate comparison to use at this time. However, for most areas that we have a raw baseline, we also generated these targets. And you will see these targets are quite ambitious. However, our vision of being world-class is also quite ambitious. If we realize this type of performance, we will certainly be earning a world-class reputation. On just this first page, you can see the expectations of our English language arts achievement, not just overall, but each individual grade level as you move down. Furthermore, we break this down by each of the student groups, and these are defined by the state of Florida reporting that helps us remember when we talk about all children achieving, we see where we have the most room to improve. Now on this page, you will see that there are also some NRs and TBDs. I'm going to scroll down to those. The NR stands for not reported, and the TBD is to be determined. So some of these data points are not yet released, but for some areas they already are. So like for example, when we get to science, that did not change this year. So science, we already have a lot of this reporting by their various state student groups. The state designates the different race ethnicity groups, as well as students with disabilities and students who are economically disadvantaged, as well as our English language learners. So it really helps you see how all students are doing by these different state-defined groups. Zoom out for a minute. All right. So those 3 pages that I just went over, they show math, science, and social studies. So those are the 4 core academic areas that were tested and all the different breakdowns for those. When we get to graduation, this is one of those statistics where we don't get an official graduation rate typically until December of each year. So the measures that are included for school grade are always lagged by a full year. So essentially when the school grade, the district grade comes out for that particular year, it's actually referring to the prior year graduation as well as the next area, the college and career acceleration, which I'll be going over as well. However, in order for us to make sure that we're providing this data that's hot off the press, we'll have a January board strategic update that has this official data hot off the presses. And I'll get a little bit more into that later as to how we do that. And before I switch to the college and career acceleration page, I just want to orient you to the bottom of this page. You'll notice that there are some asterisks. And this particular area, the text at the bottom, not only does it detail how the graduation cohort is actually formed, but there's also a link to the technical manual that goes into extraordinary detail about the specific graduation codes that go into this calculation, and that's for complete transparency. So we talk about the graduates and people are saying, well, that's not really, this just puts all that and makes it completely transparent. As we move into the college and career acceleration, you will see our commitment that for every student we graduate, we also want to increase the likelihood of authentic job skills and college readiness of our graduates. This state-defined measure is designed to capture that, and it is defined again in the footnotes so that you can see what a student actually has to be able to do in order to earn that credit on this state-defined category. And so you'll notice, like for example down here, I'm going to read it because it's small, that a student qualifies for this if they have a passing score on acceleration examinations such as AP, IB, or ACE, or they earn a passing grade in a dual enrollment course that qualifies for college credit, as well as 300 clock hours of dual enrollment courses, or an industry certification. So that really explains the specifics of what is entailed in that calculation. Now this is a page where we measure our culture and safety. You'll notice the specific aspect of measuring speak up, listen up does not have any targets yet here in the middle. And that's because, that's a new area for us to actually measure. But it's a very worthy opportunity for us to start walking that talk. We would anticipate having initial data in October for our launch, which is in our timeline, that's our official launch month. At the bottom, you will also see that we utilize our assessor data. I'm just going to go down to it real quick. And Dr. Bruner mentioned this at the kickoff point, that the assessor data, you'll see at the very bottom here, and that's really to ensure that we are reducing our student crime, violence, and disruption, and that's measured by the state assessor incidence. So not only do you have access to ours, but a person who wants to see how we compare to other districts around the state, they could do that. So that's another great use of this statistic. This page measures our employee retention as well as the diversity and development of our workforce. One item I want to draw your attention to on this page is the diversity index, which is a new calculation for us to be measuring. The diversity index is a calculation, it's right here, and I'm going to go to a slide in the back just to make this make sense, because this is very new. But this is currently utilized by the U.S. Census Bureau, and it's an elegant way to get a snapshot of how diverse a group is, utilizing an industry best practice methodology. However, the race ethnicity labels utilized for the calculation and the corresponding numbers and percentages are actually listed on the last page of the scorecard. So I'm going to go to it very quickly because you've probably seen a data table like this before, and we haven't lost that. We didn't want to lose this information, but we wanted to try to pull it together in a way that the industry standard reflects this type of piece. So what you'll see as you look at this table that will also be included is at the top our overall county population broken down by the same groups that our HR department uses to track our current groups. You also will see our school district student population. So one thing you might notice right away is the difference in diversity between our overall county population and the student population. But then you can also see each of the three individual groups that we've chosen to track, which is our administrative staff, our instructional staff, and our non-instructional staff. And to the far right, you see that diversity index score. And so it's all again, and just so you know what that means, it's listed down here in the bottom. You'll always find footnotes when you're dealing with these kind of challenging new metrics, and it basically shows the probability that two people chosen at random will be from a different race or ethnic group as defined by these categories. And actually, not only does the U.S. Census Bureau use it, our Davis Demographics, they also, as they're building the elementary proximity plan, they also generated a diversity index for every single one of our neighborhoods. So it's a very common form of data in that type of work. Okay. Going back to our partnerships, we're now on our partnership slide here. I wanted to draw your attention is to our communication with families. While our overall baseline appears to be very high at 79.8, we presently don't have the ability to segment this data by student grade levels the way we did with our accreditation data. And considering how much the feedback really varied from our families, depending on the grade level their student was in relative to the accreditation data, this appeared to be something we wanted to analyze a bit more moving forward. So we really know how we're customizing versus elementary, middle, and high school. You'll also notice a major drop-off that was evident in KPI 9.1 above that, when we analyzed the accreditation data and found different types of responses in terms of feeling welcomed as an educational partner. And especially when we moved into the secondary experience, you can see a big drop off from the elementary to the secondary. The last page of our scorecard delves into our operational metrics. Now, we don't presently collect customer feedback in a consistent manner across the organization, although we do presently do that in some pockets. So this is going to be a major lift, but an important one. Then we move out of the perceptual feedback and into more detailed performance metrics. By January, we will attempt to have at least one performance metric for every department within the district. Presently, there are 63 departments in our district, and with that level of scale and complexity, there will be significant work ahead to nail down those primary metrics, but this will help ensure we can tell our data story in an objective manner. It will also help tremendously in the budget process as we analyze our current levels of performance and whether we are over or under resourcing particular departments. For now, we are featuring some of the larger divisional metrics so that you can still see some of the numbers for more established key operational functions, such as our on-time delivery for bus transportation and our increasing our lunch participation rate, as well as reporting new HR metrics that are very important as we really revise what's occurring in HR, such as decreasing time to fill and decreasing open positions. Those are powerful new performance metrics. Lastly, when we get to the bottom, oops. In an effort to demonstrate return on investment and, more importantly, impact for organizational dollars, we will be designing measurements that capture the dollars going into initiatives and the outcomes coming out of them. Whether it is specific programs, specific initiatives like our elementary proximity plan, potentially a middle school proximity plan, the PeopleSoft modification project, or the upcoming compensation job survey. These are bodies of work, and we want to capture their financial and operational impact, as well as things like academic initiatives. We want to understand what their intended versus actual impact. The point is, it's okay for us to have ideas about how to impact performance. It's even likely that some of those ideas will be more or less successful than others. But what isn't really acceptable in an environment where all of our resources are needed to produce better outcomes for our students is to not have any existing organizational approach towards program evaluation. This will help us take strides and build momentum towards that end. Now, we went briskly over each of those objectives and how they are measured. The next step is to help ensure that the board understands the frequency by which you will be engaging with the strategic plan outcomes. This visual, the education elements introduced during our strategic plan refresh, helps to explain how the strategic plan really lives at different wavelengths based on your organizational role. At the strategic governance and executive level, the reporting is less frequent, but clearly aligned to the level of the group engaged with this work. And we're going to get into the lower two levels, which address the operational, managerial, and tactical level of implementation, but I want to make sure you have a clear picture of the governance level of reporting that you can expect first. So we're going to start with the annual deep dive. This could be very similar to what you experienced with the off-site board workshop that we called a strategic plan retreat. At this annual level, the board gets to deeply review the overall success of the plan for that year. It could very well be an all-day experience or even a multiple days if desired. The next level down from that are the quarterly formal public board briefings. These are scheduled at strategic times of the year, as I referenced earlier. One would occur in late July, one in October, one in late January, bless you, and another in April. These quarterly briefings are triggered by new data that's hot off the press. For example, in late July, this would encompass all the student achievement outcomes released from the state. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this year is a bit of an exception due to the winter timeline. But in most years, that July timeframe would be a very reliable cycle of reporting. Another example is that in October, you'd have the freshly compiled data from Human Resources. That January update would carry information from the state that doesn't get released until December, such as graduation, due to the Survey 5 data statewide cleanup, and that accountability reporting. These are just some examples of why these particular time periods make sense. However, something new that we would like to add is a monthly board summary report. Because while we may only get the state release information on an annual basis, many of our in-process measures are collecting valuable information throughout the year, and that helps us know internally whether or not we are on track for our annual goals long before those annual results come in. It's that ongoing cyclical work that drives our operational level, and we thought it would make sense to periodically summarize some of that information as well as some of the trends we are seeing on a more ongoing basis. What this summary will also allow us to do is highlight specific strategies or initiatives that we're employing and some of the early impacts we are seeing on those types of efforts. It'll also give us the opportunity to elevate some challenges as they arise. All of this is intended to be grounded in data so that as a governance team member, you are aware of those systemic impacts. When we shift to the operational level, we are really looking at more at the managerial and tactical level. This is not the board's work, but it most certainly is the work of departments, divisions, and administration. While so much of the strategic plan work is important, perhaps the most important part of this work is the intended cultural shift that we are trying to make. This is all about achieving organizational coherence so that the work of the board, the central office, and the schools become aligned around results. Nowhere would that be more evident than at the way of work at the tactical level. In this case, the weekly and monthly work would be characterized by sharing of performance data. Meetings are focused on reacting to specific tracked outcomes instead of vague and generalized problem statements without any precise data to back them up. In an environment where resources are vital and limited, only through this type of data-informed performance can we hope to better divert resources where they are needed most, and a business case should be very clear. This is what that level of work looks like in terms of tangible expectations. Cabinet would have a monthly division update with pertinent data and the related strategies and initiatives to those data. These are staggered by division, so for the reporting division, they are only doing a quarterly update, but from the cabinet receiving perspective, they are engaged on a monthly basis. So this establishes a rhythm and keeps the business issues at the forefront. Furthermore, in-process measures and within-cycle outcomes are particularly useful because these are often the leading indicators that give our leaders an understanding of how things are trending far before the annual update of the work. For example, while we utilize the state math test that occurs in spring to help us understand our math performance in the statewide assessment, we will have math performance data all year long that helps us understand are we on track or not to reach our goals. As you saw on the governance level reporting slide, the board will also receive a monthly update with some of those in-cycle outcomes so you can also understand some of that in-cycle performance and the strategies being deployed to address any challenges. A good example of that would be like the Progress Monitoring 1 and 2. Even though Progress Monitoring 1 and 2 are not high stakes, they still provide valuable input, and the board would be able to have that type of impact as well as some of the strategies being deployed. Lastly, I know we've covered a lot, so I'm trying to wrap up so we have lots of time for questions. I want to revisit our timeline in year one for next steps. After making any course corrections based on any feedback today, we move right into launch mode. This involves communication, both to schools, beyond what we've already done, deeper communication, as well as to our broader community. It requires alignment in our school improvement planning work, which again is already underway, but deepening that. And the public launch of our scorecard. After that, we move into this green, and that's those steps. So you just saw these check marks come. That's the next steps. After that, we move into this green highlighted area, which is beginning our new reporting cadence that I've outlined to you today. Now, I know we've covered a lot of ground, so before I turn things over to the board discussion, I first want to defer to the superintendent for any additional comments. Sir?
Well, Dr. Savage, I think you've said it all. I think you have covered an immense amount of ground. Again, we are still in draft with all of this because we want the board's continued discussion and reaction to what the work we've done in order to meet your pillars or your expectations. while the cabinet will see monthly updates, it is also my expectation that though there's been a recommendation from the consultant we utilized, there would be some form of a strategic plan update every month for the board as well. It's not just enough to put it in writing into your board update. I think you deserve greater public transparency, and so does the public. So while we are expressing what the consultant asked us to do, I think it's important to note that based upon those continued cabinet discussions, we should consistently have something ready for you to bring forth publicly, not like today's presentation. But I do agree that that deep dive that Ken is talking about is incredibly important, especially when the student information is released. And then shortly after the school year starts, having HR present on the metrics regarding recruitment and retention. Then there's another opportunity later in the fall as graduation data becomes available. So there will be a schedule that we'll bring forth to give you and then take your feedback as to how you would like that information, or if we've missed a critical component that you would like to see. Again, I need to thank Dr. Savage, as well as it appears the entire staff may be gathering before this workshop is over. All the staff members who've gone into their respective divisions and done this work to bring forth key performance indicators. I guess what I will give you is a couple of metrics that Ken did not express, and that's for individualized departments. Clearly, the budgetary expectations for a balanced budget and making sure that we also continue to rise that ratio that we impacted last year in order to provide some one-time bonuses to our employees. That would be a metric moving forward for that particular division. The on-time percentage for our school buses, because as we worked on school bus transportation with the proximity plan, while local news media has been covering potential dollars, that's never the reason why we did this. 6,000 kids were late every single day to school. Kids were missing first period of an Algebra 1 class in middle school. How do you pass a class if you're never there? So I appreciate the board's vision for that. So we'll track both on-time performance in the morning and in the afternoons. Those are just some examples of what Ken did not put in the scorecard, but each individual's division will have some multiple areas that they'll be tracking in order to ensure that their performance is not only measured, but accountable to the board and to the public. So I'll leave it to your discussion. Mr. Chair, thank you for the chance to make a comment.
All right. We'll just go ahead and go with discussion. Mr. Fisher? I'd like to
Appreciate all the work that's gone in this. Thank you, Dr. Savage, and thank you to the rest of the administrative team. I think this is very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing the progression of some of this data. Off the top of my head, the only thing that kind of stood out to me is the 4-year performance targets. I appreciate that. I think we need to, aim for the stars. My only caveat on that is I just want to make sure these are truly, truly attainable goals. So that would be my only, I guess, comment in regards to that. Outside of that, I don't have any other comments at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
Outstanding. I believe you, Dr. Bernier, when you tell me that this is going to guide your work and your staff's work. And I get it, and I think that it's something that the community can wrap their minds around. My only suggestion, and I'm sure that it's something you've already thought of, is on page, slide 5. And this is just an example, not on page 5 of the more detailed one, Dr. Savage?
Yep, going to it.
Thank you. So we talk about 46% of our kids being proficient in ELA. Let's drop down to grade 3, 42%. By 23-24, we want it to be 46%. What number of students does that 4% difference indicate? I think that when we're out in schools and we're talking to stakeholders, it makes it more personal and it helps them to understand the number of students who will actually be impacted. As a board, I'm happy. This is my view. This is what I should have, a percentage view. But if you're trying to get people engaged, one kid is important. But how many kids is that? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Those are really my only comments right now. Thank you.
You're making perfect sense to me. It is a metric that we've talked about internally we certainly will look at that, and I think as we look at that specifically, since grade 3 was pointed out at 42 to 46, that would be the bare minimum expected, right? That sets a baseline for what we should accomplish, and I have pressed back at the CAO and my deputy superintendent to answer Mr. Fisher's question. Are we establishing legitimate percentage jumps that we can meet? Their nodding of heads has been deafening because they say, yes, this is aggressive, but we can do it. And our principals have I'm told our principals have fed back in data meetings, they believe this is possible as well. But we can do that. We can look at our third grade numbers, and if we're going to move from 42 to 46 and move 4%, what number is that of students?
So the other thing I would say is I think that there's been a shift toward high school principals having a better understanding of exactly who the people are in their building that might be struggling to walk the stage at the end of the year, right? And we want that focus to start in 9th grade. We want them to know immediately in 9th grade who those kids are, know their names, and be able to help them. I'm wondering whether that kind of an attitude is being implemented in elementary and middle as well. So maybe the principal doesn't know every one of those 58% of kids in grade 3 that are not proficient, but maybe the reading coordinator does, or do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. There's an expectation from high school through kindergarten, or kindergarten through 12th grade, for our principals or members of their staff to understand the children in each grade level and where they are. The data meetings that occurred around graduation, which our high school principals did amazing work, that's the same format that we approach the particular achievement areas and other areas that aren't necessarily measured by the scorecard, but that same level of detail is what's examined in their data chats. In our last workshop, when our executive directors presented, they talked about how they use that data and then how they relied on changing student improvement, school improvement plans, but also their quarterly meetings, how often they're out in school buildings, depending on the tier level and the amount of attention needed in a particular school building. So yes, there is very clear focus by academic services, because I've been asked the question, what's different? And I think I've come to settle on the word fidelity. What the difference is the fidelity of our principals and our leaders and our teachers being aligned to making this happen, but also the fidelity in the principal supervisors and the other staff to help support to make this happen. You can't just demand a goal. You have to help lead people down a path and provide them the assistance they need along the way. Some of our schools will be well above 46%. Some will struggle to get there, but we will continue to make sure that all schools and all children have the opportunity to reach his or her highest potential.
Ms. Jordan.
Thank you, Dr. Savage. I thought this was really phenomenal. It's a lot to take in, so I'm still thinking about everything that you just shared with us. And then to Dr. Bernier, thank you for, at their last workshop, I felt that this just led into where they left off, at where we are going to see those children at and where we're taking them to this point in time and the accountability. So I thank you. I'd love to see the percentages higher, which I'm sure we're going to get there. It's always, a goal. And but I just really appreciate all the work that everyone has put into this. Thank you.
Ms. Lightfoot-Fleming.
Yes, I agree. The amount of work behind this, and from those of you in the room, I truly appreciate all of your efforts, and those that aren't here today, to get us where we are here. I loved seeing whenever I was looking through this that in the values portion of the quick one-stop shop card here, that the number one thing is the belief in students. I think that is right where it should be. So I appreciate that being right there for, if this is going to be something that our families see, then that's a great spot for it. When you look at the 5 priorities, the 4th one, strengthening students, families, and community and partnerships, since school has started, and I would say at the end of last school year, I know COVID closed the doors on a lot of opportunities for families to get involved. I, for one, have seen an increase in principals welcoming families, and I hope that that continues, because whenever they have ownership and buy-in, they want to see that product succeed too. So I'm looking forward to principals and administrators welcoming families on campus so that we can be successful in this priority. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Dr. Bernier, with Fidelity. I think and as a former educator, once you identify those students, it's not just about identifying them and putting them in a pot or putting them on a list. Now, how are we going to get them to the next level? And I have all the confidence in the world that our educators, staff, and administrators are going to exceed these percentages that we have seen. So that's all I have, but just thank you so much for all the work and showing us this today. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan.
So written on my copy of this is the word finally. Finally, the board has a roadmap, a cadence, and markers for doing its job. You know, I've waited my entire time on this board to see something like this pulled together. And I believe that everybody wants to do what's best for children, and I believe everybody wants children to be successful, but until everybody is in the same place and the culture has changed with respect to how we work together in pursuit of those goals, we're not going to get there. And I just feel so confident looking at this document that if we're going to be successful, this is the best possible tool we can have. Just a couple of comments. When you talked about Objective 13, which is something to do about increasing operational efficiency, but talking about the impact of measures, I immediately wrote down ESSER. I know we're going to get a report on ESSER, and that is the beginning of how we are starting to hold ourselves accountable for the money that we are getting from others and how we're spending it. I just have to use Dr. Bernier's words. You know, we're changing culture. We're looking for organizational coherence. I think that's great. The only question I have, and I hate to end on sort of a, because I really am so excited. I got to Listen Up, Speak Up, and Dr. Bernier and I had, or Speak Up, Listen Up. Dr. Bernier and I had this conversation in our one-on-one the other day. My sense is that people are hearing the word speak up, but the people who are listening aren't responding to what the speaker is saying. What Dr. Bernier said, they're hearing, but they're not listening. And the sense from the speaker's point of view is that, yeah, you're hearing me, but you're not listening to what I said. And I think that's going to be something that we're going to have to work on really, really, really hard. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you all for making my dreams come true.
I too want to thank you. It's I had no clue where we were headed when the first meeting we're trying to put together a puzzle, and then we're using sticky notes all over everywhere. But as we went through the process, this was well worth it. The best component of this, and I think everybody sort of said that, is the accountability. I mean, it's one thing to have a plan. I've seen great plans all throughout my life, but they were just plans.
That's right.
I was reading something the other day, they dusted off some plans from somewhere from 10 years ago, you know, so that shows you how a plan could be. But with accountability, I think and I'm sure this will be a document that will be changed as we go, because, you know, it's got to be flexible and it'll be great. I mean, I'm really excited about it. And I've just got here. I haven't been here all my life. But again, thank you so much. Any other comments, Superintendent? Would you like to make any?
No, but I don't want to discount, for the public and for the staff as well, I don't want to discount the hard work the board did. It's not easy to come in and swallow this elephant. You took it one bite at a time, or in our chairman's line, one Post-it note at a time. And it can seem, as you're doing Post-it notes and redefining and talking about them out loud, that it's like it's not getting anywhere, and yet you were patient with the process. You allowed it to move through. You allowed the cabinet to come in to listen to your discussions, which then fed them the information they needed in order to go out. Because it wasn't just now words on paper about enhancing a safe learning and workplace culture. They heard your discussions, so they knew what you were interested in measuring. So I want to thank Dr. Savage for helping us to find a consultant who could lead us to that work, for the countless hours that Dr. Savage has spent locked in his windowless cubby doing the work of pulling this all together, but also to the board. This is a plan we own together now. This was a plan that will fill in the goals related to the superintendent's evaluation. They are not the superintendent's goals. They are shared goals with the board. And when we measure those things, it'll give me the onus and impetus to work with my staff and my team to make sure that we move forward. We have a real strong sense of our around this, O-U-R, not H-O-U-R. This is our plan, and we have to continue to make it ours, and your leadership has helped make that get off to a great start.
Thank you. All right.
5 minutes and
Why don't we take can we take a 5-minute break here, recess? In case anyone would like to. Everybody was leaving it.
about capital plans, we're really talking about our buildings, and our buildings are school buildings. So while Academic Services is not sitting doing the presentation today, they are there as well. Immediately to your right, if I was to recognize Kelly Letcher, Director of Budget and Planning. Thanks, Kelly, for all the work you do to help us see whether we think this is even affordable. The next person in line is Frederick Ross. I would say Frederick is sort of second in command to the Chief Operations Officer. He helps to oversee numbers of departments and works very hard to ensure not only just operational efficiencies, but our constructions and our maintenance departments get their work done on time and under budget. A new individual to the table in this role is our new Director of Planning, Dr. Adam Malloy. Adam is been focused, and his doctoral work is on planning specifically around the proximity plan, and he continues to learn and grow in this new role. Looking forward to his work specifically around the demographic data, and I want to recognize the other members of the planning team that are here as well. Looking forward to seeing that team continue to round out, make sure we get the other empty vacancies filled. And finally, for all of you who have had a chance to meet, and I know the two other board members who missed this opportunity, we have our new Chief Operations Officer. Larry Stevens is with us today. He has been hard at work. You haven't seen him because he has been hard at work. To kick off the capital plan for all of you, this is our look forward to 24 to 2033. This is a first blush at a capital plan. The numbers that you're going to see today related to our need for capacity to keep pace with growth are going to be staggering. And I won't steal Ms. Letcher or Dr. Desamore's lightning, but I will say there are going to have to be changes to this plan looking forward. We're not going to be able to do all of this, but we wanted to present to you and to the community what our best thinking is right now related to our need as this school district continues to grow and grow quickly and across all of our community. So I will turn it over to the team. They are going to have someone lead this presentation out, and part of this presentation, which is a sort of a separate section to it, will be the discussion about NNN, ROO, and the partnering high school or middle school, depending on the piece of property we're talking about. I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernier, and good afternoon to you, chairpersons and all members of the board. Also to Dr. Bernier and Attorney Bruno. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share a 2024 capital plan, and the plan is a 10-year outlook for the period 2024 through 2033, excuse me. And we've organized the presentation into 3 sections, which will include a detailed plan update, the district's current enrollment and projected capacity needs, along with a proposed strategy to address expected student population growth and infrastructure expansion needs, which account for new school projects, property acquisitions, and facility modernization projects. And please pardon my voice, I'm dealing with a cold, and I've been dealing with it for about a week or so. So I don't typically sound quite this way, so please excuse me. During today's presentation, the persons who are beside me are the SDLC operations team, and we'll provide information relative to the capital plan's purpose, plan updates, enrollment and capacity needs, plan direction, and capital plan funding. By sharing the capital plan with you, we are outlining a roadmap to the district's vision of becoming a world-class school system. And we intend to do that by emphasizing the district's commitment to providing outstanding learning environments that support academic excellence and student success. We'll also, through growth management, the district acknowledges the importance of accommodating increased enrollment, but also demonstrating a proactive approach to address the challenges of said growth while maintaining exceptional educational standards. Additionally, by incorporating strategic infrastructure and management, the district's comprehensive strategy showcases showcases efforts to effectively manage and improve its infrastructure, ensuring the plan aligns with the evolving needs of schools and their surrounding communities. With that being said, through community collaboration, the plan demonstrates the district's inclusive approach as the planning process ensures the capital plan reflects the Lee County community. The primary objective of the 2024 capital improvement plan is to establish a comprehensive framework for managing growth, enhance the infrastructure of the school district of Lee County, and optimize resource allocation and promote sustainable development.
So in this first section, we're looking to update you on the capital plan activities that have been completed since the last capital update. This slide shows our modernization projects. These are maintenance projects that maintain our facilities and extend the life of the building systems. These projects include upgrades to classrooms, labs, and facilities, safety and accessibility projects, as well as energy efficient projects that lead to cost savings. The first category there is the HVAC projects. Those include improvements such as chillers, pipings, pumps, towers, air handling units, and examples of completed projects in that area include HVAC projects at Cape Elementary School, the Sanibel K-8, and Fort Myers High School. Roofing projects typically are roofing replacements, but also could include gutters and downspouts, and examples of those projects completed were Cypress Lake High School and North Fort Myers High School. Typically electrical switchgear, switch-outs, which were done at Mariner High School and Estero High School. And then we also have that maintenance small projects category that consists of various projects, including door modifications that were done at Lehigh Elementary, cafeteria upgrades at Fort Myers Middle, and a classroom upgrade at Patriot Elementary. You will notice a difference in the allocated versus actual expenditures. For example, in HVAC category, that difference is mainly due to the internal capacity to complete these projects. We have leadership have started and will continue to seek opportunities to address our project management capacity, such as looking to increase our project management staff and or looking externally for other project management support. Roofing, the difference there is really just due to several projects that are in the pipeline, and as soon as those projects clear the planning and procurement stage, which should happen shortly, that difference should close quickly. And then on the kind of opposite side, the electrical and the maintenance project categories were over the allotted amount, and these were due to some urgent projects that were needed to address a little more quicker. And then sometimes the faster project timelines that they can be completed in those project areas. Those projects get completed a little quicker than the others. Next, we have our major construction projects that were planned in the previous capital plan. Note that the zone is on the far left of the column in the table, and the status is in the far right. There were 3 new schools completed in this time, Gateway High School, Montessori Elementary School, and Lehigh Middle, as well as the James Stevens Pre-K Center. These projects added to much needed seats in our high growth East Zone. And then the in-progress projects are underway and expected to be completed in 24 and 25. This slide continues construction projects showing those that are currently in the delayed, not started, scope revision, or canceled status. A little information on some of these. Cypress Lake Middle School is delayed as we're waiting for the portables that are currently being used as part of the Franklin Park remodel project. Innovation School, while delayed, will still be featured as part of the updated capital plan that we'll be looking at later. The science wings, again, those are delayed due to those capacity issues in project management that we're looking to address. The K-8 in the south was canceled due to growth not supporting that build. The Bonita Springs Elementary scope is currently going through some revisions as we identify additional needs there. And then our West High School expansion was revised as the growth led to a new school build instead of expansion. Property purchases are essential for a growing district as ours, as they provide the necessary infrastructure to accommodate increasing enrollment. They secure long-term cost benefits and enable strategic planning for the future, ensuring an optimal learning environment for our community students and educators. During this period, we had 2 major purchases for new school builds in the East Zone that were completed, as well as the land needed for the completion of the G. Weaver Hilch Pre-K addition that has kicked off. Total property purchases totaled approximately $7.3 million.
Before we get into the growth of the school district of Lee County, I just want to give our planning staff, Joel de Guzman, who's in the audience, Danielle Jensen, who put a lot of this extraordinary demographic work together. I just had the honor of being able to present some of that and then center that as it relates to the capital plan. In the next 7 slides, you will see the dynamic growth of the school district of Lee County and the related capacity needs in the next 10 years. Before we start, I would like to contextualize the student growth we have experienced in the past 20 years to showcase the how and why of the next decade as it relates to student growth and capacity and the seat needs throughout the district. Please keep in mind that these numbers exclude charter schools, only including our traditional K-12 schools. In the school year of 2002-2003, the school district of Lee County had a total of 58,438 K-12 students. 10 years later, the school district had a total of 70,301 K-12 students. This past school year, 2022-2023, our staff educated and supported 85,901 K-12 students. Just to put that in perspective, that is a growth of 27,000 students, or a 46% increase in student population in the past 20 years. That is an increase of 15,600 students, or a 22% increase in student population in the past 10 years. The school district of Lee County has continued to increase its student population even since school ended in June. While some narratives have suggested that universal vouchers would result in a decrease of students, we have seen quite the opposite. Our 5-year new enrollment average from June to August at the beginning of school year is right around 1,249 students. This past summer, we increased by over 2,600 new students, which not only is higher than the average, but the highest yearly student increase since 2018. As mentioned in the previous slide, the current 10-year projected enrollment is 114,563 students, and that is for 2032-2033. That is a projected increase of 28,000 K-12 students from this past school year to 2032-2033. The associated school capacity needs are below and correlate with the anticipated growth. You can see the need for 16 new schools and 1 high school expansion, as they are stated to address the growth at each particular level. We have 5 at the elementary school level, 4 at the middle school level, 2 K-8s, 1 new and 1 rebuild, 5 at the high school level, and then 1 high school expansion. These 16 new schools and 1 high school expansion will add over 28,000 new student seats to address the projected growth. We will continue to update growth projections each and every year with new data and potentially change or alter new school locations based on the changes. To put this growth in perspective, the school district of Lee County has almost reached a doubling rate for its student populations in just 30 years. Our 10-year growth projections were generated by Davis Demographics using the following data sets: historic current student data by study area, birth rates by study area and organized by proximity and subzone, mobility factors, and student generation rates. The methodology used by Davis Demographics is unique because it modifies a standard cohort projection with demographic factors and actual student location. You can see the 10-year projections broken down by zone and the percent change. It's important to note the growth projections are not evenly distributed across the district. The increases in our district are being carried by the east and the west zones, specifically Lehigh Acres and Cape Coral. The next four slides will show a graphical view of 10-year projections compared to district capacity at each level, elementary, middle, and high. Slide 11 focuses on total district enrollment. By centering the importance of the capital plan on the capacity needs, you can draw a direct line between the classroom, its size and learning environment, and the need for more schools in our community. The two graphs are displaying total district enrollment, past data in Carolina blue, current in yellow, and projected in dark blue, in the two scenarios of either not building additional schools versus the new capacity projects and associated new seats included in this presentation. Please note that our student population is projected to surpass our capacity by the 2024-2025 school year if new capacity is not added. The No Changes roadmap will hold our seats slightly under 100,000, whereas the proposed schools and capacity projects will allow us to better keep up with the projected growth. Just keep in mind that this growth-capacity relationship has been a common theme throughout the history of our school district. The alternative of not building new schools and not adding new seats is maximizing capacity at existing schools, adding portables, and increasing the class sizes at every level. Attention should be given to the current enrollment, capacity, and seats needed with the projected 10-year enrollment. In total, the school district will need about 22,790 new seats in the next 10 years. Slide 12 focuses on elementary enrollment projections versus capacity. You can see our current elementary enrollment number at 38,262, our current seat capacity, the projected enrollment for 2032, 2033, and then the seats needed. The graphs also illustrate the district elementary with no changes versus the district elementary with new capacity associated with the capital plan. Slide 13 focuses on our middle schools and the need for schools and new seat generation to address the projected growth. The projected growth is concentrated in specific regions of our school district, and later in the presentation, you will see proposed sites for each of the middle schools. In all, the school district of Lee County will need about 8,054 new middle school seats, or the 6 schools proposed in the capital plan. Lastly, you can see on slide 14 the high school enrollment projections versus capacity. The seats needed in the next 10 years are right over 10,460 new student seats. Thank you. I'm now going to turn it back to Mr. Stevens.
To manage the anticipated student population growth, the SDLC operations team is proposing the development of prototype schools. You might be asking, why design larger prototype schools? One is to manage the population growth, and one of the primary reasons for building prototype schools is to effectively manage that population growth within the district, which allows for increased school sizes, because as communities expand, there is often a surge in student enrollment. And by increasing school sizes or adopting prototypes, the district can accommodate a larger number of students, thereby ensuring sufficient capacity to meet the educational needs of the growing population. Additionally, operating larger schools and using standardized prototypes can also lead to more efficient resource utilization. Larger schools can take advantage of economies of scale, allowing for more effective use of staff, facilities, and shared resources like libraries, gymnasiums, and auditoriums. Standardized prototypes also simplify construction and maintenance processes, potentially reducing costs in the long term. On this slide, it shows, as Dr. Malloy indicated, there's a need for new schools. And we are recommending, as he said, building 16 new schools and 1 high school expansion by 2026 for the new school expansion, to address significant growth in our community and ensure that all students have access to a high-quality education. The increasing population has led to a surge in student enrollment, putting pressure on existing school capacities. By constructing these new schools, which will be 16 new schools, the district may alleviate overcrowding, provide modern, state-of-the-art learning environments, and enhance the educational experience for its students. It is also worth noting that new facilities will not only accommodate current demand, but satisfy future growth trends, thereby signaling the district's commitment to a deep understanding of the student body and their needs by fostering a first-class, thriving educational community. In this slide, which is a two-part project list, it includes also the next page, 18, and outlines the framework for managing the district's anticipated student enrollment increases. The first chart, this page, underscores the need for additional seats by zone, school level, planned year of school opening, and an estimated cost for each of the school projects that are expected to be completed between 2025 and 2028. So again, on this particular slide, we're only referencing the schools that are anticipated and are expected or should be built between 2025 and 2028. On the next slide, this project list is a follow-up to the preceding slide that includes the district's outline for managing the growth of the school district of Lee County during the period 2029 through 2033. Similarly to the previous slide, this chart highlights the number of added seats by zone, school level, planned year of school opening, and estimated costs for each project during the period, again, 2029 through 2033. And just as a note for this slide, keep in mind that the half-cent tax referendum ends in 2028. That's why we separated these schools with and are recommending that we build these additional schools beginning in 2029.
To complete these new school projects that were listed in the previous slides, additional property will be needed. This slide lists the new school projects that property needs to be identified and purchased for. Elementary schools will need at least 20 to 25 acres, while middle and high schools need 40 plus acres. While the real estate market is difficult to determine future prices, our estimated cost for these properties are $22.5 million. This slide shows the major construction renovations and upgrade projects that upgrade our current facilities based on their assessment and assessments and current conditions, and these are sorted by zone. Our facilities team, and I see Dr. Tony McNair, our Assistant Director for Maintenance, but her, and as along with Barb Cedino and the rest of our maintenance staff, go out once a year and do facility condition assessments, and these assessments help to identify and prioritize our schools by their need. The first 6 schools you see listed on this list represent the top 6 schools as prioritized for renovations by the facility condition assessments. The projects for these 6 schools are either ongoing or planned. And then the last project on the list is the Cape Coral Tech Edition that has been delayed due to the temporary portable campus being out there for Hector Caffaretta. These projects show the district's commitment to our current facilities and the ongoing process of identifying major school renovation needs. And then finally, our modernization projects are listed by categories for the 2024 capital plan. Again, these projects intend to maintain the buildings and extend the life of the building systems. We have included the 10-year estimated costs and some examples projects in school locations. These examples are not inclusive of all the projects within the 2-year plan for these categories. We just want to give you a couple of examples so you kind of know where and what type of projects will be ongoing in each of these categories. And the total for these modernizations for the 10-year period is approximately $1.3 billion. And I'll turn it over to budget, Kelly Letcher, to talk about our financial needs in revenue.
So, of course, it all comes down to dollar and cents. We have kids coming in, and we have to figure out how we can make sure that we have seats for them. The plan that they have laid out for you has a need of $6.5 billion over the 10-year period. When we look at our estimated revenue within that same time period, we're looking at $3.9 billion. That leaves us with an unmet need of $2.6 billion. So when we're looking at that, there are some things we can do. We can acquire some additional debt. We can go out for more COPS, and we could do that in the amount of about $2.3 billion. We really are not advising that. That amount of debt in that short a time is 3 times the amount of debt we have taken on over the last 10 years. So that's a lot of debt that we would need to be taking on. And even if we took that debt on, we still would have remaining unmet need of $302 million as well. So what do we need to do? So we need to either look at some and identify some additional revenue sources. We can reduce expenditures. We need to be very careful when we're looking at that. We don't want to not maintain our old schools and just build new schools. We have to keep maintaining our older schools as well. So those are things that we're all having to look at. We are still working with the operations team in order to, look at what is being presented, what we can move around and what we can do, but we thought that we really needed to bring the full plan to you all with all of the needs that we really have and put it out there so that everybody could see what that need is. We will continue to work with the operations team and looking at identifying areas that we can try and make adjustments. But this is the need of the District of Lee County.
So before moving on to NNN and OO and the other half of the presentation, we thought it would be wise potentially to stop here, because they are two very different conversations, and yet they are interrelated with each other. As you can see now from the projections and the growth both in the east and in the west, but also in the south. Let's reiterate, the South is going to grow too. $6.5 billion is more income than we can expect to have. We have got to continue to openly discuss, at least at this point, some of the concerns you may have, some of the questions you may have regarding data. That 16 schools that they talk about, a new build, includes changing the prototype size. So that's important. If we don't change the prototype size, we're going to have to build additional sites in order to build them at the size we currently build. So there is sort of a decision point. I'm not asking you to make that decision today. I'm asking you to interact with staff today. But if you could go back to slide 11 for me. I just think it's important to re-highlight what our graphics look like and reorient the community to the light blue lines is where we are. The yellow is where we currently stand at this very moment, and you'll see that our student population is slightly below the number of seats we have. We're in a good spot as a school district as we stand right now. If we just leave us where we are, you'll see that the student population starts to outgrow the number of seats we have. In order to sort of stay in the position we are, this is what we are proposing. If we can't financially make this work, what I want you to understand is some of those years where we're slightly above the line, we will be slightly below it. And what that means is additional portables, additional classroom space, really working to ensure that all of our school buildings are fully enrolled, which will mean making some difficult decisions in some communities that certain school buildings are not available and that there is a school building with capacity and space. And in your proximity zone, that's where you're going to go, which drives an equity question and programmatic offerings that you have been asking me to address since my arrival. Our school buildings, building to building to building, need to be comparable in terms of the programming, especially at our elementary and middles, compared to the programming and the offerings and the quality of the education that's provided in those buildings, because then people have legitimate choices. If you'll go just quickly through the next two, right? This is where we potentially can be with elementary enrollment, middle, and let that one, and I don't know why middle school kids seem to populate faster than elementary school children, but we'll let our demographics people explain that. But you can see that the gap widens if we do nothing. And then additionally, with high school, we have some of the similar issue. So if you look at the last year of this plan, where it appears we'll have more high school seats than we need. We still have some more tweaking to do, but we need some conversation with all of you, interacting with staff, talking about demographics, talking about building, talking about costs per build. And these are just new seats. Remember, we get to the 6.5 by also needing to go back and take care of our school buildings that already exist. We have to ensure that air conditioners continue to get repaired, that in some cases buildings may have, like Franklin Park Elementary, they may have outlived their lifespan, and those children deserve first-class environments as well. So you'll sometimes refer to it as, you can't just concentrate on the periphery where we're growing. We also have to make sure that we're responsible to continue to look at our buildings that are aging and making sure those are good places for children to go to school as well. Complicated issue. We look forward to your discussion and the interaction with staff as we handle your questions. And simply by having this discussion, we will get a feel for where we need to go. Again, I encourage all of us, we're not looking for a consensus at the end of this. We're not looking for any decision process yet, but we thought it vital to share with you what our demographic data is telling us, where we sit currently with seats, and if we want to meet that projection and be, in some cases, slightly ahead of it, this is what it'll cost. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we get started on discussion, I actually have one question that might be important for all of the questions, because I didn't see it really on here. Is the pre-K enrollment figured in on these numbers? Because I know we're adding pre-K to almost every elementary school. And I just, K through 12, I don't know about the pre-K.
Yeah, pre-K was in the projected enrollment.
Thank you. All right, open up for discussion.
I have a couple of questions.
Ms. Fleming.
I just have a couple questions regarding the high expansion in the south zone, just for public to understand. Where are those high expansions happening? Are those middle schools, high schools, elementary? Where you're adding the 500 or the 200 seats?
So that is at Estero High School. There's opportunity to expand at the high school level there. Now, one thing that the demographics are showing us is that there might be a population growth that we need to monitor very closely, regularly in the Estero corkscrew area. May not be the formal term, but we're just keeping an eye on that development. That is happening very rapid, and while our demographers have been out and factored a lot of that in, we're seeing a lot more families move into those areas than anticipated. So that is something that is top of mind for our team, and certainly something that we will bring back year after year to take a look at those numbers and where they break down in comparison to some of the other growth areas.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And yes, you are right, that area is booming with gated family communities. So, and then if you'll, I don't remember what slide it was on, it was referring to the rebuilds. I should have written the slide down maybe. But the question is, these rebuilds like Cypress Lake, for example, Cypress Lake Middle, just so that we're clear to the public, are these schools being redone, say Cypress Middle, because the buildings are vulnerable? Are we adding more seats when we do the rebuild? Just some of those points, if you don't mind sharing that.
So no, the buildings aren't falling. They're just in need of upgrading for continued use. So these remodel projects are, intended to extend the useful life of that building. So each one's going to be different depending on the school. Definitely major systems like HVACs and plumbings and things like that tend to get old and need to be redone as time has gone, or taken out and replaced as time has done. So, but in general, each project is going to be specific to that school. It's hard to kind of say exactly, what's going to be part of each remodel. But in general, we bring an architect in to kind of scope out the the whole school. Structural analysis is done, other assessments are done to identify key areas, and then, that architect develops a scope to move forward.
So I'll weigh in here just a little bit specifically to Cypress Lake Middle rebuild. Cypress Lake Middle is over 60 years old. By Gestaldi, it has outlived its lifespan. It does need primarily to be raised. I believe there are a couple of buildings on that campus that may not meet the Gestaldi regulation, and for the community that may be listening, I'm referring to a very specific law which the state of Florida has, which allows a school district like at Franklin Park Elementary, we are able to raise that building with a Z and then go ahead and rebuild Franklin Park. However, if you drive by the work location and the work that's currently gone, you'll see two buildings from the original Franklin Park that remain standing. We were not allowed by state law to take those buildings down. So we're integrating those buildings into the response. So for Cypress, this is a rebuild of Cypress. And it is potential, we're early enough in the process, that if we were to look at additional capacity, this team could look at the plans. But let's just know that every change we make to a plan at this point for some of our rebuilds that are already underway would mean the expansion of additional dollars, but could create those additional seats.
And that's exactly what my question was. I've had conversations in community, and I live in that district of, if we are short so many seats and they're rebuilding, are they building these schools bigger for the potential growth in that area, while basically, quote unquote, while you're at it, are you adding seats at the same time?
I can ask the team to respond specifically about the Cypress Lake Middle rebuild and provide you the technical information regarding the number of seats currently being projected to be built there based upon the architects and what we project, or what our prototype would fill. But if we were to get additional direction and change that, we could. The important piece here also, though, is there becomes a programmatic level where schools get too big.
Sure.
So we want to also be aware of that fine line between where you can always build a bigger school, but do you want to, in order to create the culture and climate that makes it a successful place for children to learn.
Did have some information to add. Planning staff was able to get some information. So Cypress Lake Middle in particular, being rebuilt due to the Gestaldi analysis determining that it's more cost effective to rebuild than to repair. Now on the extension or the addition of seats, we can add seats to a Gestaldi build only if we can prove that we are not expending any state allocated funds on the rebuild. So there are some restraints there.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. That's all I have.
More discussion, Mr. Fisher, then Ms. Jordan.
Okay, thank you. This capital plan's been on my mind for the past little bit, in fact. One of the requests I have, I don't know if this is appropriate in regards to what we're looking for, but as a board, we'll be able to get information on the individual capacities of schools, maybe in an update or something like that.
We certainly can. The planning department would be happy to provide that information.
Looking at this, there's a couple things, and Ms. Lesher and Dr. Bernier kind of mentioned this. We talked about expenditures, solving that, and then obviously existing. Those are two things that have truly been on my mind a lot. In regards to expenditures, I'm wondering, again, if we're going the route for certain schools, maybe going the, P3 route, if that will realize some cost savings perhaps for some of the, not the rebuilds, but the new schools. And go ahead if you're about to.
Well, if you want to, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think the P3 has, P3 Pro, so public-private partnerships have the ability potentially to reduce some of our costs and build them a little bit quicker. But I don't know that it's going to be in the gap of the $2.whatever billion we need. It will help, but it's not the be-all and end-all solution.
No, I wasn't expecting that big of a gap to be made up by that. I just, every dollar counts at this point, though. The other thing in regards to that, then existing, and that's been a concern of mine, and, you know, I had this discussion with Dr. Bernier as well, and Mr. Ramirez is well aware of this. Obviously, you know, existing buildings, for example, out in District 1, the schools, we've had some significant air conditioning issues, so, and I'm concerned about, you know, not just that district, but throughout, you know, keeping those existing buildings where we need to be. So that's one thing that I want to make sure we don't lose focus of, and I know that both of you had mentioned that. So question in regards to, I know you might not have this detail at the moment, in regards to West Zone High School, do you have any idea of general area we would be looking at? So.
Yeah, we do have some property that that the district owns, tentatively identified.
Okay.
And we actually, in a previous iteration, had all of the different projects with their kind of partnered property, but we could certainly bring that at another time.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I had at this moment. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan?
Thank you. Well, both of them asked some of the questions that I was going to. Thank you very much for bringing those up. I just want to expand on what Ms. Fleming had asked. How was the high school decided which one that we were going to expand on? I was just curious on that. How do we decide that? I just think that's a good thing to know.
Yeah, Estero High School is our high school in the South Zone that has property that we currently own that has room for that expansion. So that's why that school was chosen.
Based on property?
On the property that we already own that is available for that expansion.
Perfect. And then again, we had that conversation about when is the school too big? So we want to make sure that even though we have property, it's not so big that it can't be managed. And then the rebuild was my other one. So is Hector one of the rebuilds, or is that a new one? Which one is that? What is that considered? Because now it's going to be a K-8. So is that considered a rebuild, or is it a new one?
We have it. I'm sorry. We have it on our list as a new school project. As being a new school, we obviously understand that it was previously there and is being rebuilt, but we're treating this as a new school since it does help with the seats that are needed for capacity.
Thank you. And then, so then the rebuild could possibly be Bayshore then? I'm just saying. An addition, right? So a rebuild would be like an addition?
So
I'm trying to clarify what the rebuild versus new.
Rebuilds tend to be a taking down of a building and rebuilding it.
In
I
its
think
proper
what
place?
you are thinking about as it relates to Bayshore, which you could see is not necessarily in this plan, because we'd be adding seats in a different way to those zones. That would be an expansion, much like the high school at Estero, where we'd be adding the additional space for an expansion. I can certainly have the team look into Bayshore, see how that fits into the need for middle school seats in that area. I know it's been a topic of conversation, just like a previous speaker at our board members talked about a middle school in the Dunbar area. We have to make sure that we're building schools where we need them.
Okay, so then when I'm looking at two K-8s, I'm trying to think of where are the K-8s at, that one would be considered new and one would be considered rebuilt. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so the two K-8s are Hector Cafferata K-8 and then the Innovation School K-8. And there might have been some confusion on the new rebuild for the Hector status.
Okay, thank you.
I'll
That
say
helps me
I
out.
was trying to cover. For me, for Hector Cafferata, that is a rebuild.
Okay.
Because we can't put them back into Hector Cafferata. We've got to get them out of there. And while it is a new site and a new location, it is a home for Hector Cafferata, which had previously existed. The other one is the Innovation School, which is a K-8.
Thank you. And because of the fact that it was not at one time a K-8, so that's why I was a little bit, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica.
Thank you. Slide 9. I think it was Dr. Molloy that mentioned we expected the vouchers to sort of curb our increase in student enrollment, but it has not. We've seen huge increases. Are we taking into account going forward the fact that schools, people that want to take voucher money are going to take they need some time to get their buildings and their schools up and operational? Are we taking into account the fact that we are likely going to see a larger hit next year and the year after than we did this year?
I'll let Dr. Malloy answer that question specifically, but I think it's important for us to know and for the community to know what we're projecting out is based upon the data we have now. This plan can consistently be revisited and changed. So if that type of demographic data began to assert itself with parents choosing to leave what we refer to as the school district of Lee County Public School System to other choices, we would have to revise our 10-year plan based upon that demographic. I don't know if Mr. Malloy's done any projection work related to what we potentially could see.
Not projection work specifically, but I was really interested in tracking that data as it related to June to August, the average enrollment during that period. So after the lottery, new enrollment coming in, that was a question that I continued to receive, was what was the impact that we were seeing as it related to enrollment, and the numbers that I just kept seeing were growing. That doesn't mean that it's having, we weren't able to delineate the voucher withdrawal from the increase in plus new enrollment. But one thing that we can tell you based on the facts is that this past summer was the highest growth summer in the past 5 years.
Excellent, thank you. I don't know what slide it was on. This slide, 5 new elementaries and 4 new middles. Why not K-8s?
We can, it's a great question. I do believe that there could be some potential cost savings to be found. It is my belief that based upon the demographic data, especially when you go back and look at the middle school growth, that K-8s, because they only absorb 3 grade levels and they are smaller, the number of students that fit into those 3 grade levels is smaller. It may not be enough middle school seats to absorb the expectation of that growth. So I don't know that we can go back to the middle school slide, but I'll also defer to Dr. Malloy. That gap in middle school, as you look out, I'm not sure, and we've had some conversation about it, we're not sure that a K-8 model would provide us enough middle school seats. It might give us enough elementary, but we're not sure that it'll give us enough middle.
Yeah, it really is just a seat need at the middle school level. So just to support what Dr. Bernier was saying, let's take the Alva K-8. You have roughly about 700 middle school students. These middle schools that we're planning for the seat need are right around that 1,800 mark, right? So it's about the split. Now certainly our team can investigate and run all of those new numbers with the K-8s, potentially adding more K-8s that are needed to address the elementary and middle, but we certainly can bring that back.
Makes sense. Slide 10, please. Somebody indicated Davis demographics. When were these figures last updated, please?
So I believe these were from March of 2023.
All right, and the reason why I'm asking is because, and Dr. Bernier and I have discussed this, there will be an uprising in Estero soon if we don't talk to them about the reality of the numbers. Because parents call me and they say, why can't my kid get into Pine Woods, or why can't my kid get into Three Oaks? And I say, well, and why aren't we building a school here? And I say, well, you know, we originally projected all those homes down east on Corkscrew were going to have families, and since the housing market increased so much, families were priced out and families aren't purchasing down there. And they say, well, I'm a family and all my neighbors are families. Data isn't working. So please, I beg of you to please go down there and give a presentation and explain to them in depth what the numbers are, include the realtors, because there is a significant lack of understanding as to why there's a sense that there's growth and there's a sense that there's a ton of families and there's no school to follow. Is that fair?
Well, first, before we go down with the presentation, let's make sure that our numbers are correct. I believe these numbers are our best projection. I believe when we look at the proximity zones that you're speaking about, we have school buildings with programmatic space. And while people want a specific school, there is space within the proximity zone for those students. So building another school and leaving an area under-enrolled isn't necessarily the solution. The other piece to think about, and I do refer this with all love and intent for the Corkscrew area, they do live on the biggest cul-de-sac in Southwest Florida, right? When that road eventually pushes through 282, which is, I believe, the plan, I will have the road number correct, we do have a middle school and a high school and elementary sites in that area. So rather than coming towards 75, there is the possibility that school buildings will be built away from 75 and slightly north of that area where we have property and schools potentially coming online. OO is, for instance, middle school OO is in that area. I know that doesn't speak to the elementary question, but I can have the team update us, and then we can take a look at in conversation with the Village of Estero, we could certainly work to set up, maybe even go to Pinewoods, is what I'm offering.
Yeah, I agree with you on the capacity at some schools not being close to what it should be. So perhaps part of that presentation could be the changes that we've made at those schools in order to make it more attractive to families, right? That just throwing stuff out there, knowing the people down there. I've like 4 left. May I continue?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Slide 15. Do we want our schools to be this large? Several people have mentioned it at the table. I think that there are studies out there that show when the quality of the product and the safety, that's really a huge concern, when the safety starts to go decrease because of the size. Do we have access to those kinds of studies? Could you share that information with the board so that we're in a better position to make decisions? It's my understanding that mega high schools that was like the popular thing to do in Florida for a while, and the data coming out of those schools was really bad. So now we have scaled back. This 2,800 students is a number I'm not super comfortable with without seeing some data to support that the efficiency that we find is worth the drop-off in student outcomes and safety. Am I making sense?
We can certainly provide the information that we have. These numbers are approximate to the average size of a middle school and high school campus across the state as they currently exist. I have been in charge of buildings with both sets of numbers that are larger than this, with very good results, but that's anecdotal to my relationship with my staff in a particular school building. These are not the size that some of our other larger districts are building towards, but I think providing you the information not only regarding the average size and capacity of our middle schools and high schools, but also the data related to student achievement would be of value. So I will get the staff to do that.
Yeah, with an understanding that if we're growing at 2,000 plus students per year, those people are coming from somewhere, and they're likely not coming from places where schools are this big. You know, my kids' elementary school in upstate New York was maybe 350 kids, and we came down here and there were 1,200 at Pinewoods. That's a huge difference. So if I, as a board member, am armed with the information as a family is moving into this town that, you know, studies show that an 1,800 student elementary school, you know, do you understand what I'm saying?
Let me be clear, we're not talking about an 1,800
middle school.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't want our elementary parents to.
You get the point. Like if I can have the information, not only am I more comfortable, but I think it makes our community more comfortable. Slide 17 and 18, there were 2 high expansions here. May I in the south? May I assume that one is Estero and the other is Bonita?
No, they are both Estero. In terms of the high school expansions, the demographics projected them to be needed at different times. So we do have them separately on our new project plan. However, we will be continuing to follow in the data, obviously, and then looking to see if it may be more advantageous to combine those into one expansion.
Okay. Slides 22 through 3. Just a question for you. The amount of debt we've taken on in the past 10 years, Does that include the debt we had to take on because they changed the law and required us to take out COPS even though we had half-penny sales tax to pay it off? Okay. All right, and then finally, is the 2.8, I think you said billion-dollar gap? Is it a 2.8?
It's 2.58, I'm sorry. It's 2.586.
So I'll call that a $2.6 billion gap. Is that because the sales tax ends?
That is a part of it, yes.
Part of it, a large part of it, a little part of it?
A large part of
A
it.
large part of it. Those are my questions, thank you. Oh, wait a minute, before. That was awesome. I know I just like hit you with questions. I don't want you to think your work's not appreciated. And Dr. Malloy, you're sitting exactly where you belong.
Ms. Morgan, do you have any questions?
No, I do have one comment following up on Ms. Patrica's question. So essentially, if we're going to roll over our capital debt in '28, we need to have a plan in place for '26 to start that. And then if we're going to do millage, we can't have millage on top of capital, which means we need to have a really serious conversation about millage. And I don't know if millage has to be done in a, if a millage referendum is done at the same time as a capital, or whether it can be done off, like in '26. So I'm just saying that we have some significant cash problems and we need to be planning for that. I'm curious how, if a high school costs $140 million and we've put we're putting $111 million into Riverdale, what is it that we are getting? I mean, I hope we're getting a lot more seats. That's 2/3 the cost of a high school.
Riverdale provides some unique challenges based upon its property and its ability to expand. It's not just a typical renovation where you would go in, sort of gut out a wing and then simply repair and put it back together. There's the need for additional space. We're going to have to go vertical in a lot of those cases. There are already places that are built on the campus that were prior to probably everybody's arrival that were built by donations and other things. There's agricultural complexes and other things that we wouldn't want to destroy. So we've had to work around the unique footprint that is Riverdale. But I'll also share with you that, and I've talked to the team, and we've since curtailed this with our principals, and I know the board will help support me in this. There has been a bit in some of our projects of what I call project creep or scope creep, where while you're here, can you do this too? And a contractor will always tell a principal, no matter what building they're working in, yes, because it's more money to them. Our team has worked very hard since my arrival. It was one of the first conversations I had with Frederick and Scott Rickenbacker that principals have input, but they don't get to change and make change orders without having a real instructional need for it. So, we have to leave Riverdale in a better place for the community and for its students, and we want to renovate, but we also have to continue to leave it with its play space, fields and other things in order to ensure that we can have a comprehensive high school in that location. So there's not a whole lot of room to get bigger there. You have to go vertical and make changes to the existing physical plan.
And is that part of the plan, that they will increase the student population there?
I know that in the process of building Riverdale, we stopped the drawdown. Originally, Riverdale was scheduled to be drawn down in terms of enrollment so that we could make room for this. We chose not to do that. And I would have turned to Mr. Malloy as to the expansion of the Riverdale, ultimately what Riverdale will house or to Frederick Ross when the project is complete.
There are no new seats being added to Riverdale High School.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question. So the Hector Cafferata K-8 has a higher population than the K-8 proposed for the lab school, and yet the lab school is projected to cost more.
Hector Cafferata is a planned private public-private partnership, a P3 school, so it's being built specifically to a set of drawings that the contractors brought in. This is one of the things we are looking at related to future builds. This would be the first opportunity for us to do a public-private partnership. I want to thank the attorney sitting next to me, the team sitting here, to get us to the point where that contract will not come to the next board meeting, but the board meeting follow, and we will name a contractor, Morton Chase, to begin to do that work if the board approves that. So there's significant savings to be found potentially in a private-public partnership like Mr. Fisher asked. The Innovation School, which is the partnership with Florida Gulf Coast University to create a teaching lab for not only our development of our teachers, but the development of our staff. So in a sense, when school closes, it could be used as a professional development center for our team. That is a very unique build on a very unique piece of property, and that's what creates the additional costs. It's not a prototype K-8.
I would presume that some of those costs, maybe a significant amount of those costs will be picked up by FGCU then.
I've had multiple conversations with the board. That is not the plan. The costs that are associated with FGCU are helping the staff bring us our teachers and helping provide their professors related to the professional development and turning it truly into a laboratory school. We have had that conversation in the past. The Innovation School, there's not a financial skin in the game from Florida Gulf Coast University. The ultimate skin in the game for us is better prepared, more teachers that want to stay within the school district of Lee County upon graduation.
Well, as someone who has been a strong proponent of the lab school, I'm beginning to think that we really need to rethink our strategy for how we're going to do professional development, and whether something like that can be sustained with all of the other needs that are becoming apparent. So I'm just saying that. Okay. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay. Just a little clarification on Riverdale. There's a lot of portables there now, and when the construction is done, I assume that, is that correct? They'll be brick and mortar?
Correct, that is the plan.
So they are, they're not new seats, but they are sort of new. I mean, we're getting rid of the 20-year-old portables. So that was a significant amount. The one thing I noticed on the elementary school projections was, you know, it was lower compared to the high school, middle school. And I just want to throw out there, with the conversations I've had, many parents will homeschool a child through elementary school because they can understand the basic curriculum. But when you start getting into middle school, and especially high school, you know, they realize that they either have to go to a private school or something along those lines. Also, we offer so much more than most private schools, you know, for everything from the sports with football fields and gyms and everything else to the new labs like the school we're talking about here, and the new science lab they're going to have at Riverdale. So those kind of things, they have a tendency to come back. And I think with the HB1, you know, a lot of the kids that are leaving early, like maybe for elementary school or something, may well come back and surprise us with a growth. You know, say we lose 1,000 kids this year, every year, and then in 6 years, all of a sudden, we're getting all those kids coming back. So I know this is the best projection y'all can do, and it's very difficult. I thought y'all did a great projection when I was running for board on the Estero. It showed there was a need for a school there from what I could see from the public. But the people moving in were not moving in with families. And now they projected maybe not as many families coming in, but more are. So it's not easy, but it's just got to keep, and I'm sure y'all will, stay on top of the plan and see where the growth is and go from there. So I want to thank y'all for just a great presentation. Anyone else have anything further? Or?
So our work still continues. I heard a couple of things that I want the team to make note of. One is we owe you some projection data. We also owe you some information regarding school size and at what point do middle schools and high schools or even an elementary become too big to really deliver on the culture of excellence that this board wants, as we tie that back to even our strategic plan presentation earlier. The other piece is for us to look at specifically just to ensure that we're correct around K-8s, making sure that the K-8 is not a solution in that particular case. We believe that that is the right answer to the growing plan. I do think it's important for us to note that while, to Dr. Malloy's early point, that while these vouchers have been available and they're new and they would be, I think they would be an exciting thing for a parent, our families are sticking with us and we're growing. I mean, 2,600 kids is a lot of young people for us to gain in 1 year over the summer when HB1 offered universal vouchers primarily to just about anybody choosing. Mr. Persons, you are correct. I have found, having been in charge of homeschool enrollment in the past, that there is certainly a first return in the middle school years and then an additional return primarily in high school. But I also know when we talk about homeschool parents, they are a committed group of people and they do really great work in those environments, and yet some of them shepherd their child all the way from pre-K all the way through what would be a graduation and into colleges and careers, and those young people are very successful. We need to be in a position where we can try to absorb the growth that we have and make an informed decision financially so that we don't drive our school district in the wrong direction with too much debt. It's not something we want to take on. I think we'll outline a new revision of this plan, and then what we'll bring forward to you is our best thinking at that point, and then knowing that we'll have to almost revisit it every year based upon projections and where we're seeing growth. So this is, again, very strategic. It's very open and ended in terms of its ability to be revised. So we look forward to bringing back some additional thinking for you and then getting it to a briefing and then getting your approval. So appreciate the team's time, the work they did on that, but they're not going away yet. They are going to move on and they're going to have a conversation now that puts you in perspective regarding middle school OO, high school NNN out at Joel Road, OO out on 82, and then eventually middle school, I'm not going to do
RR.
Thank you. Middle school RR, which would be added to NN site, and eventually a high school QQQ to be added with OO. So again, this is part of that plan to meet some of those enrollment projections. And I know the staff is prepared from everything from how and why we landed here. There are information about what we paid and if we were to sell off the property, where we think it might even go. And those are projections. And then we also have some information, I know in the presentation, that'll add to the understanding of water and how we can connect to utilities and other things that may not be in every residential area within that community, but we can connect and make connections to that water so that we are not tapping our neighbors' wells. But last thing, I'll add it at the very end, I want to talk a little bit about NNN as a high school and what it programmatically should look like in order to meet some of the expectations of the Alva community and the other surrounding communities that surround that school. I'm not sure it'll win everybody over, but I do think there are some programmatic options that we have to consider based upon the rural nature of this community and what we hope our students would be learning in that particular high school environment, which we don't really have other than in a couple of small settings. I would say Island Coast might be our closest to an agricultural setting in high school, but I'll let the team present on how we got here and then offer some comments at the end.
That was a great opening. Welcome to today's presentation, where we will delve into the background information and current status of 2 School District of Lee County school site locations, one for high school NNN and the other for middle school OO. Now, as our community undergoes rapid student population growth, finding suitable spaces that can effectively accommodate this expansion while fostering excellent educational environments has become a priority. Our objective is to meticulously manage these locations, considering factors such as accessibility, community engagement, infrastructure, and their capacity to meet the evolving needs of our students. The agenda for this presentation, we're just going to briefly kind of hit on the why, talk a little bit about the growth in the East Zone, the two sites, high school NNN on Joel and Tuckahoe and middle school OO on 82, both with a background and a current status position. I did put up there the map where you can see the Joel Boulevard, Joel and Tuckahoe site to the north, and then also the State Road 82 site, a little bit on the southwest, but on State Road 82. I thought it imperative, just so that you can see I guess informally, kind of its north and south kind of closure of the growth in the East Zone. Then we have questions and comments. The primary objective is to provide comprehensive information on high school NNN and middle school OO. I will cover their background, current status, and other relevant details to help you understand the two school site locations a little bit better. Throughout the presentation, I aim to offer clarity and insight into the future development of both of these school site locations. The two images on slide 4 are from a March 29th, 2022 presentation titled Future Enrollment Projections, Growth, Development, and Projections. In the presentation to the board, there was an identified need for schools in southern Lehigh Acres and northern Lehigh Acres. Lehigh Acres and the East Zone have experienced a significant population surge in recent years. The rapid influx of residents has led to an increased demand for housing, infrastructure, and essential services such as schools. High school NNN and middle school OO look to strategically address this growth to the north in Alva and on State Road 82. These locations are identified on the map. Important to note that the two school deserts, which are highlighted in orange, are still present today. We will cover high school NNN first. This slide showcases the site on Joel Boulevard and Tuckahoe Road in Alva. In terms of our zones, this site is located in elementary zone D and middle and high school zone 3. A little background on NNN. NNN again is located on a 102-acre parcel situated at the corner of Joel Boulevard and Tuckahoe Road in Alva. The strategic selection of this site is in direct response to the projected growth of the East Zone over the next decade. With a focus on accommodating the increasing student population, high school NNN will play a crucial role in meeting the educational needs of the expanding community. The process of establishing high school NNN at the Joel Tuckahoe location started with a pivotal decision in 2017. During this period, the community and the board were faced with a choice between constructing a high school at either the Joel Tuckahoe site or the existing Gateway High School location. The decision-making process involved a thorough examination of the advantages and disadvantages of each option, as well as a careful analysis of growth and demographic data. Various community presentations were made, including one advocating for the Joel Tuckahoe site by Alva Inc. These presentations took place during meetings of the board and various advisory committees. Ultimately, in 2017, the decision was made to select the Gateway site over the Joel Tuckahoe property. After the Gateway decision in 2017, the Alva property was listed as surplus with potential for disposal between 2018 and 2021. However, due to the significant growth, both experienced and projected after the 2020-2021 school year, the decision was made to take the property off the surplus list and designate it as a potential school site instead. On September 2nd, 2021, there was a presentation to the board titled East Zone Property Strategy. This was presented and signified a pivotal step in the realization of high school NNN. This plan laid the groundwork for securing the appropriate location to best serve the growing East Zone community. In terms of its current status, the process of establishing high school NNN has reached a milestone with the selection and approval of the architect, construction manager, and building official firms by the school board. This was done by school board action on January 24th, 2023. The development of high school NNN is moving forward with an estimated opening schedule for August 2027. As part of the planning process, a projected cost of $140 million has been allocated for the project. This financial investment, again, demonstrates the commitment of the district to provide state-of-the-art facilities and resources to meet the educational needs of the community. In anticipation of continued growth in the region, the district is already looking ahead to the future. Following the successful establishment of high school NNN, the next phase of development includes the planned opening of middle school RR in August 2029. Next up is middle school OO. This slide showcases the site at 17250 State Road 82, which is located in our Elementary Zone L and Middle and High School East Subzone 2. Middle School OO is situated on a 184-acre district-owned property, again located on State Road 82. This substantial land acquisition represents a significant investment in educational infrastructure by the district. On September 21st, 2021, the district completed the purchase of this strategically chosen property, setting the foundation for the establishment of Middle School OO. The timely acquisition demonstrates a proactive approach in addressing the projected growth of the East Zone over the next decade. Middle School OO is strategically positioned to meet the anticipated growth of the East Zone in the coming years. As the community continues to expand, the district has taken the necessary steps to ensure there are adequate educational facilities and seats to accommodate the increasing student population. The development of Middle School OO has been the result of planning and thoughtful decision-making. Board presentations and periodic capital plan updates have played a crucial role in shaping the vision and progress of the school, ensuring that it aligns with the educational needs of the community. On March 27, 2023, the district executed the land acquisition disposal strategy, solidifying the selection of the State Road 82 location for Middle School OO. This strategic plan ensures the efficient utilization of district-owned property and resources, providing the community with a state-of-the-art educational facility. The path towards the realization of Middle School OO has reached a milestone with the selection and approval of the architect, construction manager, and building official by the school board. This was done by school board action on January 24th, 2023. The board also approved recently the Phase 1 project pre-construction budget estimate for OO Middle School. This includes expenses relating to permitting, architects, civil engineering, building official and construction manager fees for pre-construction services, legal counsel, and advertising. Middle School OO is on track to open its doors to students in August of 2026. This is with a projected cost of $96 million. This financial investment again demonstrates the district's commitment to providing a state-of-the-art facility. As part of a comprehensive vision for the district's educational infrastructure, Middle School OO is just the beginning. Looking ahead, the district has set its sights on the future development of high school QQQ, scheduled to open in August 2029. I will now turn it over to superintendent's comments and board discussion.
I just want, with NNN, I just want you to know where we are because it wasn't necessarily expressly stated. When we tabled the item the other night, that would have been to approve the documents to move into Phase 1, which is what you did the other evening for OOO. That is that same process that Dr. Malloy was speaking about, starting the permitting process, starting the site work, starting to do those other things. That's moving ahead at OOO down on 82. NNN, we are currently still in a holding pattern. And remember, you do have a signed contractual agreement with a contractor to build that site. Doesn't mean that our legal department can't respond and do something differently based upon the behalf of this board. But I think this is an appropriate time for me to say to the community at Alva that if this building is built, we will make the commitment to things like agriculture, 4-H, animal husbandry. This school building and its curriculum offerings have to be appropriate for the community it serves. We also have the opportunity to work with FGCU's new agribusiness division. We've already been in contact with them. We've been looking for sites in order to be able to work that. There've been some talk about the property that Florida Gulf Coast owns in this area, which used to be a satellite school, turning that into some form of district farm, and we could then transport our students to that location to do the farm work, to do the animal husbandry work, and really build a really first-class agricultural high school, because there are careers in this community doing that and that alone. So I do believe there's there's a lot of advantages to having a high school, but I also want the community to be aware that we want to ensure that the high school, if built, would reflect the standards and the values of that community. Thank you for your time.
All right. Board discussion, let's start with the NNN. Just to keep it simple, then we'll go to the OO. Any questions or whatever? Ms. Patrica.
Are you going to take this presentation to the community, if I may, through the chair, to the superintendent? We've got a lot of people coming into the boardroom. I have to assume there are more people out there who aren't coming here, who are interested, not just this presentation, but I'll stop there.
Currently, the staff and I do not have plans to take this presentation to the community.
Might just consider whether that might be worthwhile. That's my first question. The second question through the chair to Ms. Morgan is, do you have any, the last time I remember there being any kind of controversy over the building of a high school was Bonita. That was before I was on the board. Do you have any suggestions with regard to how to combat the NIMBY thing with the building of a high school? And if I'm putting you on the spot, you don't
No, I have to think about this, because actually I was going to make a very different comment with respect to Bonita High School and what I learned there. So, essentially, yeah, I took a lot of heat about the Bonita Springs High School, and my response to the community was, my role as a board member is to make the decision on what's in the best interest of the kids, not what is in the best interest of the community. And that was pure and simple the answer I gave. I'm here to represent the kids. We need a school, and while I respect what the community had to say, essentially I was making a decision on behalf of the kids. I think. It's interesting that you asked me that question, Ms. Patrica, because the issues were essentially the same. It's not in my backyard. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but that was the position I took as a board member.
I think if I may quickly, the only other suggestion I have is I recall the chamber was very much behind the Bonita School, which helped change some minds. So we might, if there's a chamber out there that we can engage, that might help as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
And now I remember, thank you, that was the first time we engaged the foundation in, maybe they collaborated with the chamber, but I know the foundation was involved. That was the first time we engaged the community in a conversation about what they believed the community needed at that high school. So, yeah, that's a very good point. They are the ones who helped us construct what that school would look like from a career and college point of view. So, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Malloy.
I just wanted to share to both, oh, sorry, Dr. Bernier. Okay, I just wanted to share to both of the points. One of the interesting aspects about Alva is that it has a very rich history with the Alva High School. It's in operation from 1914 to 1972. It closes, those students join the new Riverdale. So I do think that there's an opportunity to connect kind of with that rich history of Alva High School. Part of the benefits of me coming from community engagement and also in the superintendent's office is working with constituents, stakeholders, and groups, and been out to Alva, been in communication with a number of Alva constituents and stakeholders, listening, hearing, working, on this project together. So hopeful we have a community meeting at the Alva School with Alva Inc. Upcoming in September, but depending on the board discussion, we'll see where that goes.
Great.
All right. Anyone else have any discussion? Ms. Jordan.
I just have to ask the question. And thank you, Dr. Malloy, because Riverdale, even though Riverdale is there, it's not there. It's down the road to them. So I know we have to always think about that, that's how they look at that, and that's how they perceive it. It is not in, as they said, in my backyard. But this is probably a crazy question, but we're building one high school and one middle school. One high school over here, one middle school over here. Does it make more sense to build a high school and middle school together? Is it not more cost effective to do that and then go build a high school and middle school? Because we're going, does that make sense?
I can help with that
Help
to
me
some
with that.
extent. You have two different contractors,
Yeah.
right? So two contractors sharing a contracted site is not the best way to approach. You have one contractor who is, I want the board and the community to understand, we have signed a document. I've asked Kathy to look into it and provide an update. We have a contractual agreement with this company to move forward on the school. I thank Mr. Malloy. I wasn't 100% sure he had arranged that meeting. That's why I said we currently have no plans. But Mr. Malloy has not shied away from having very difficult discussions, bringing presentations on the road. Glad to know that was settled. I did not get a chance to see Mr. Malloy before the board meeting today. Well, we also have that contractual agreement that there's a company that's expecting to build this school, and we have to decide whether we're moving forward or not. We can wait a little bit longer, but I don't know how much longer we can wait until we're going to get a letter from their attorney asking about their contractual relationship with us. That being said, the middle school seats and the high schools, right, with two contractors on the same piece of property is not the best way to approach those builds. And it also gives us an opportunity to have the high school seats we need now and the middle school seats in an area where the population is. The high school, I do believe if we build the high school in Alva and align it to what that community wants, we will be able to fill it.
No, and I understand what you're saying, because we already have contracted with two separate contractors, but I'm just thinking, does it make sense for us to do that, or could you not have one contractor actually build a middle and high school on the same property, middle and high school on the same property going forward, because of the fact that when we keep going back like we did with East Lee and then we brought back Montessori, like...
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by East Lee and Montessori, because...
I'm sorry, not East Lee, from Lambs, and then we built again.
Okay.
So building one time versus two times.
The short answer, and I'll let my construction experts speak to why two contractors on the same site is not of real value. The shorter answer to your question, Mrs. Jordan, is why didn't the contractor do both at the same time? That's not the way they were offered. Based upon our strategic plan and based upon the 10-year capital plan, OO and NN were always going to be separately built sites. While they could have landed with the same contractor because they are publicly bid, and then there's a bidding process, and then procurement works through that process to eventually assign the contractor. In this particular case, there is one contractor for NNN, and there's another contractor for OO. Those documents have been signed. So we have two separate contractors. I do want the board to know, again, we're moving down the road. Doesn't say we can't put a brake on it, but we're going to have to make a very difficult decision, and we don't have as much time because we're really not in the planning process. As to Mr. Malloy's presentation, we approved this in 2023 in January. All we were doing the other night was approving the start of phase 1 of the construction plan that we had already approved. So I do think it's important to go out and help support the community and have some additional conversations, and Dr. Malloy will make sure that gets on my calendar, and to the Alva community, I will be there.
Okay, and I'm going to take back my question because I believe that I'm not being understood of what I'm asking, so I will ask that later. Thank you. It has nothing to do with the contractors.
Okay.
I think I know.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it's me.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so, yes, we did approve these steps previously. I guess my concern is this, and it's similar to something that happened with Bonita High School, and the board got caught for essentially not asking the right question. And we didn't know that we were not asking the right question, but we found out later. I did not understand at the time we acquired this property the extent to which there were additional issues that went with it. The utility issue, the water issue, all kinds of things. And I think going forward, when we talk about acquiring property, the board really needs to understand at the very outset what the issues might be associated with that purchase. For example, we purchased the property in Bonita that was in the wetlands, the 40 acres. There was a hue and cry about that. We owned that land, we owned it to put an elementary, or we were talking at the time about a high school on it. The community was so outraged, the county was so outraged, that we ended up having to back off on it. Now, I wasn't part of the group that bought the property. I wasn't on the board at the time, but there were things I'm presuming that the board did not know at the time, because as I've sat on the board and approved property, nobody has said to me at the time that we're looking at the parcel, well, there are significant issues in this location that really need to be taken into account, and are you prepared when the time comes to develop on that property to deal with the additional cost of these issues? And so I find myself in the position of saying to you all, have you talked to FGUA, the Florida Government Utility Authority? Have you established, now Dr. Bernier has told me there's a 1,000-foot link to public water, so we don't have to go into the wells. But I would really like to know that, you all have spoken to FGUA and established that we do have access to the utilities, water, electric, whatever. And I hate to be picky at this last point about it, but the community has made some really strong arguments, and I feel like I'm obligated to listen to and to at least say I have done my due diligence by asking my staff these questions. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can, Ms. Morgan, you raise excellent points, but again, we're buying property far out and expecting growth to catch up with that piece of property. If we wait for all the development, the cost of these particular properties would rise. I'm not arguing with them, there's some reasons why we buy property further out faster before it's completely developed. I think the aspect of what this survey work and other things that we were going to approve would get you to the point of understanding more about the distance. I think I may have misspoken when I said 1,000 feet, because I was referring to the Hector Caffaretta project, where we also have to draw utilities down when we build Hector Caffaretta at the K8. We do know there is the ability for us to connect to water and sewer, so we are not drawing water from the residents or putting wastewater into the ground. If the team is prepared, I'll ask them to respond. If not, we'll get that to you in an update.
Yeah, we can provide that in an update. Just in the 2005 purchase of the property, from planning staff kind of giving that background, anything that would have prevented a school from being built there in the study conducted prior to that purchase would have come up.
Okay.
And I would like to respond to that by saying that, yes, there are things like birds and reptiles and things like that prevent us from buying property, and those are brought to our attention or impede our ability to develop property. This is something different that I'm talking about.
Ms. Morgan, I understand your point, and we'll have the staff look deeper into those issues. And when we acquire property in the future, make sure that there's some disclosure as to the proximity of, well, that's a word we use a lot these days, to the location of the nearest utilities, et cetera. Your point is not lost on me. I get it, and I will make sure I work with staff.
All right.
That's my speak up, listen up moment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple of questions. One, I didn't quite understand what you said last. Are we able to connect to utilities at the Joel Tuckahoe property?
It is my belief that my construction team has a plan with which to connect to sewer and to water.
Thank you. Traffic on Joel there is 2-lane in front. Are we going to have our own entrance off of Joel so they're not going down any side roads as part of the plan? I know you don't have the specific plan, but I would think.
Again, we don't. What we stopped the process on was the surveying and the planning that would allow us to be able to answer those questions with more definitivity.
All right. Well, I think that needs to be put into the plan, because otherwise it's going to really back up there, and that would be a huge problem. It's just, I've been out there looking around, so just.
It would, Mr. Chair, if I can interrupt,
Yeah.
It would have been part of what If we had approved the work at the
Right.
other meeting, we would have more definitive answers to those questions. We won't get those answers unless we move forward. Our team does not go out and do traffic studies and make those survey determinations. We don't have that level of expertise employed by the school district. That's why we had the contractual agreements the other night.
Okay. Orientation of the schools, I assume sort of the same thing. You have the preserve to the south side. I think that's where, again, what I don't want to see is this to go so far, then you bring us back plans, so, and I have to say, I can't go along with that because it should be flip-flopped around this way or this way. I'm not a genius, but with 102 acres, I think it is, we should be able to just have these when we present to the architect, that they look toward those lines, because you have houses on the east and west side and commercials, but the south side backs up to the preserve. So that's, I think, where you would want your...
Chair, yeah, I believe that,
I understood in my one-on-ones with many of you that request. That request had been provided to staff so that when the architecture and the surveys began at the site, that they would look to make sure that we housed football fields or other things like that away from the residential areas.
Okay.
Again, we have no drawings at this point.
I understand.
Share, but we have asked for that accommodation when they look at the survey site and they begin to develop plans for a build, that they would do just that. They would look to ensure that we minimize the impact to the local residents.
The Alva residents, I'm getting a lot of calls from Alva Inc. because they want the rural and they don't want any schools or anything. But I am getting an equal amount of calls from parents of students at Alva Middle, because the distance from the Alva area where the kids, the ones that are there, to Riverdale is twice as far as the new Joel Tuckahoe area will be. So we've got two conflicting, they're not, the ones for it may not be as vocal, but I've got tons of emails and calls from both sides. So I just want to let you know there are two sides, but I think between trying to get the school with the right demographics, the programs for the right demographics, and trying to orientate and take care of these problems, that's good. I was most worried about the utilities, to be honest with you, because that has a lot of effect. Those are my only questions, my only comments right now on this one. Any other on OO, on NNN before we go to OO? All right, OO, middle school.
Well, I believe Mr. Malloy in the course of the presentation has presented on OO. So Mr. Malloy, if you go back just a couple of slides where OO starts. Again, this is a different piece of property in a different location. He did that at the very beginning where he showed the distance from the Joel Tuckahoe to the 82 area. You have been proceeding along with this from your former 10-year plan. The former boards have been proceeding with this work. This one is not creating the same amount of angst in the community. It may now, but we'll be prepared to deal with that angst too, and certainly work with because we want to be a good neighbor. I think what I'm hearing most from the board is we'd like to be a good neighbor, but we also have to find places to build high schools, and those are not easy pieces of property to find. A lot of the area that we see is underdeveloped in the east side of our zone are lots. They're just not occupied lots. And nobody's putting together, however many lots it would take to create the acreage to build a high school and then offering it for us for sale. We are actively seeking property north of the river, all right? We're trying to figure something out. But we're also trying to be a little quiet about where we're looking, because as we start telling everybody we're looking in a particular area, then things get more expensive. Board members have shared additional piece of properties that may be on the market. Those are now in the hands with Mr. Malloy, and we will go ahead and see what we can arrange and what we can find, and do our due diligence and bring it to the board if we think it's an appropriate purchase. you know, you never want to put a school where somebody doesn't want it. But we also have to look at, if not there, where else? And I know the team has looked at other pieces of property. We don't own another piece of property in this particular area necessarily that would fit a high school.
Correct. In this vicinity, there is no other land comparable to that Joel Tuckahoe site. We do have a property in Tice, but it's very geographically distant.
So to back to OO, this is the background on OO. It's a district-owned piece of property of 184 acres. That makes it large enough to house both the middle and a high school. It was purchased in September of 21. The strategic site was addressed projected growth of the East Zone over the next 10 years. It was presented in the capital plan updates and the land acquisition and disposal strategy as late as March of 2023. So this particular area, and then eventually it could house high school QQQ, which would give us a high school. And again, that speaks to an earlier presentation today of potentially where, as things push through and Corkscrew gets connected, I know it still doesn't solve the elementary issue, which the staff took away as a work-on project, but this does give us some of that ability to house some of the growth that Estero is experiencing.
This isn't really on OO as much as it is on both of the presentations. And, you know, if we have people come forward and say, I don't want OO there either, in the end, when the school is built and the children are populating that building, the community gets behind it. So I understand that there are some logistics that need to be worked through, and the community certainly deserves our attention to those matters. But, I mean, I've got 2 kids at Bonita, and the community is way behind that school. They love it. So that's it.
Yes, Mr. Langford.
I just wanted to, for the record, just say how much I appreciate from someone who comes from an incredibly rural area that is very rich in agriculture and grew up in that area. I really appreciate the superintendent's efforts to keep that at the forefront of their mind when they are building, even if it's not in the Alva area, even if it's in Northwest Cape, you know, thinking about the families that live there, that do life there. So I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate that mindset going forward.
All right. I just have 2 little comments. Number 1, back to the NNN, the Alva school, the middle school, K-8, does not have a parent-teachers association. They have a 4-H. That's it. I mean, that tells you where the community is in that particular school. The OO is in a great location. Like I say, it will, actually I think it's the Alico extension will connect right to Sunshine there. And then eventually that will go all the way to 80. I mean, we're talking a few years out, but will be a very great, as far as accessibility for kids anywhere in Lehigh or into the Corkscrew area to populate that school. Just as Joel goes from 80 all the way down into the heart of Lehigh. So those are, I think, as far as accessibility, good locations. Any other comments on either of the schools? All right, thank you. Well, I guess next on our agenda is the review of the agenda for the regular. I don't think we have any.
No, Mr. Chairman, there were no questions submitted regarding the agenda for the upcoming board meeting.
All right. Anyone have any comments on the agenda before we go? There were none submitted, but okay, seeing none, we'll go to the good of the order. We'll start with Ms. Morgan this time.
So I should have asked earlier, but I would like the ISOC to hear this the capital plan presentation. I know one of the reasons they're so eager to get out with their presentation about the progress with ISOC to date is because they are already concerned about what happens in 28. They can see what's coming, and so I think it would be helpful for them to see that presentation as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we'll make sure that that happens for ISOC and the community.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming?
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the demeanor going through the committee choosing and everybody respecting each other. So I appreciate that process. It took a little longer than I thought it was going to. Hopefully next time will be a little smoother, but that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jordan?
I have none. I've just learned a lot today, and I'm just still thinking about it all. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fisher?
Real quick, I'm going to hold most of the comments till our next meeting, but I had the opportunity to go out to the District 1 schools last week for their first few days, and one thing that Ms. Langford Fleming brought up was, I think it was our KPI 9.1 parents as partners, and that's something I talked about with Dr. Bernier and stuff, and I think we have some schools doing a great job of that, and there's some that we still need to get back from COVID time, so that's all my comments.
Thank you. Attorney Bruno, do you have any?
I have none, thank you.
And Mr. Superintendent?
Just a thank you to you. This is a heavy work session. Everything from your board committees through the strategic plan, the capital improvement plan, and then a very difficult situation we find ourselves in the high school NNN. I appreciate the feedback. It really does help provide me and staff with the direction we need in order to be able to move forward and try to work together with you and our community to ensure that we continue to build the school system all of you want. So thank you very much. It was a big dig in today, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I just sort of held off mine just to simply say thank you to all the staff today and to you, Superintendent, for being so well prepared. But I have no other comments for the good of the order. So at this point, having no other business to come before this body and seeing no objection, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 4 p.m.